people that have not satisfied the requirement, you have, by so doing, ended democracy. The crisis I'm telling you now is that this, our democracy, is going to end by the way we are going. This democracy is going to end on the 29th of May, 2023. Please write it.
Those are extreme, extreme thoughts.
I am very, very happy to say it.
No,
you know my name. You introduced me.
Yeah.
Listen, don't stop.
No. I will, because those are extreme thoughts. You know why? Because there are allowable language to be used on television, especially as it relates to our nation and the unity of this country.
Put your question and let me answer you. Put your question. I know what I'm saying.
If there is an official...
If you breach the Constitution...
Is it not left to the court to decide otherwise?
This is already decided by the courts.
But the authority in charge of the election gave a declaration.
If you are afraid for some things, don't ask for them.
I am not afraid. I will, as a citizen of the country, by the ethics and the guidelines of my profession, live by it.
Yes.
What is lawful? And I hope that you're a lawful citizen of the country. And so whatever the stipulation of the law guides, that if you are aggrieved about something, you go to the court to seek redress, isn't it?
This document is a product of the legal system. It has been signed into law by the President, Commander-in-Chief, Federal Republic of Nigeria. I believe in this document. That is why I'm so lawful. That is why I'm so confident. And that is why however extreme it is, Sheung, I am saying it on national TV. I don't like to take risks. I'm not taking any risks. Swearing in a ticket that has not met the constitutional requirements of the Constitution, okay, is ending democracy. Quote me on it.
That's your interpretation.
That is my interpretation, and that is indeed a correct interpretation. You cannot swear people who have not met the constitutional requirement. You can't do that. If you did it, you have done something unlawful, something unconstitutional. And I'm repeating it. Whoever does not meet the constitutional requirement must never be sworn in. You said my name. If you like, I can say it again. I'm Dr. Baba Ahmed. I'm not taking risks with my safety and with my life. But I'm repeating, swear in anybody who does not meet the constitutional requirements of our country, you are engaging in an unconstitutional act. Mr. President, do not hold that inauguration. CJ and your lordship, do not partake in unconstitutionality. I am taking these risks for the sake of my country. Yes, it is extreme, and I'm saying it. It was more extreme for Yakubu to issue that certificate. It was reckless. He is putting all our lives in danger. All of us. We're already at risk. So what is there again in me taking risks again? What have they not done against Nigeria? What have they not abused in Nigeria? Now they'll take the Constitution where it is clear, it says, and get 24. After that, and FCT. They fail to get it. They are going to swear this man in, and I should be afraid? I will not be. I'm telling you that on the 29th of May, 2023, swear in Tinubu as this result is, you have ended democracy, whoever you are.
You say you're a lawful citizen.
I am.
So the judiciary...
The law in me is why I'm saying this.
Yeah, so the judiciary is the hope of the masses, is the hope of the common man. And if you look at what decision your party, your principal, and yourself are taking in going to the presidential election petition, it does look that you believe in one thing, that the judiciary will work. Do you?
I do.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. How is everybody doing? Welcome, Christopher. Welcome, highly favored. Christopher, now you the carry first now. Atlantic, welcome. Welcome. Yeah? Welcome. Now welcome. Okay.
Ready to be an e-commerce pioneer? Bluehost has step-by-step WordPress onboarding to make creating
to do justice to those questions. As the candidate, I wish there is no president-elect. I beg to say, by the standard meaning of Section 134, there is the clear interpretation of 134, and there is the INEC interpretation of 134. Now, I'm going to hold on to that. I'll stick to that, and I'll deliver victory on that. By that, I dare tell you, with all humility, we do not have a president-elect in Nigeria today. What Alhaji Tinubu is holding is a dud certificate, is a dud check. There are no funds in that account. It will bounce.
That's all I wanted you people to hear. What Agbado is holding is a dud certificate. There are no funds in that account. If he tries to cash it, it will bounce. That's all I wanted us to hear from this. Let's take a little bit more and then I will play another video.
You cannot swear in a president whose certificate of return assaults the Constitution, because the Constitution is the platform on which a presidency rests. And when that has been violated, it cannot sit. Mr. President, do not organize that handover. CJN, your lordship, do not swear in this man so long as that problem is not cured. Swearing in Alhaji Tinubu is as good as swearing in a military regime. They are.
Bam! That's it. So that's all I wanted us to listen to. Moving on to the next video. Please, as you guys come in, please like. I'm kind of having trouble with my mouse. I don't know what's going on, to be honest. So you guys will have to bear with me right now. At some point, I'm gonna have to switch to another device. But in the meantime, let's do this. Okay. Yes. Please, you guys should not forget to like as you come in. Uh-oh.
Early in court, and I'm wondering I can get some words from you. How are you, sir? So what's your position on issues in as regards this case?
I'm the acting national chairman, Labour Party.
The acting national chairman, Labour Party. Yeah, so what is your position about the happenings as regards this case? Because there are stories out there about your attempt to withdraw the case and stuff like that. What is the true position? Can we get to know that?
That's not correct. I'm not trying to withdraw the case at all.
So what's your position, sir?
I'm here to be part of it, not to withdraw the case.
To be part of it? If you're the acting national chairman of the party, will you be wanting to be part of it? You should be in charge, right?
I'm in charge. That's what I'm telling you. I'm not here to withdraw the case.
What is really the situation in your party?
There is no problem than the issue of leadership. That's all.
Leadership.
Yes.
Are you showing leadership?
I told you, leadership tussle. That's what I'm saying.
This tussle was not there before the election.
It wasn't.
This tussle now came after the election.
Yes.
Why?
When the chairman was asked to step aside by the court.
But before the chairman was asked to step aside, the news is out there that you were suspended alongside your colleagues before that moment. There's no moment you were suspended from the party?
At all. Since I joined the party, nobody has ever suspended.
So you were part of the campaign all through?
All through I was there.
How come you were not visible all through?
Well, it depends on the arrangement from the headquarters of the party. I was in Akure, I was in Ekiti, I was in Ondo, I was in Osogbo. Wherever I'm Benin, wherever they ask me to be, I've been there.
Is there a moment you have had with the candidate himself all through that campaign period? Did you have an interface one-on-one?
Yes, yeah.
What was the position at that time?
It was cordial, no problem.
So what is the position now with him?
It's still cordial.
So, okay, so you're in court to fight for this mandate, right?
Yes. That's what I'm doing.
What is your claim about the mandate?
The claim is that we won the election, and on that we stand.
Oh my God.
How? How did you win the election? Because the result announced is otherwise. How can you claim to?
That's what we are contesting for. Since there are irregularities, and we are here to prove the irregularities. Once that is cleared, we will be declared.
Don't try and touch me. If you dare try and touch me, you see who I am. Who are you, sir? I want to know who are you.
No, don't intervene.
No, I want to know who are you. Talk to me. You talk to me. Who are you?
Who are you?
You came to stand a man, a football man up. That you are supposed to sit down. Who are you? Who are you to stand him up? Is the court your house? That is what I want to know. Who are you? Please go.
You cannot play my role here.
It's your role. It's your role. Which of them is your role?
I am talking to not you.
Talking to who?
I am talking to you.
You don't have any right to talk to anybody. Talk to me.
Who are you?
What did you say? Who am I? Then who are you?
I'm talking to not you. I am representing the Party here. You cannot sit down here.
Sir, you can't be representing the Party.
I am.
Who are you? Don't say that, please.
You don't know anything. You don't know anything. Be quiet.
Abeg, go on.
Don't quiet.
I am talking to not you.
Are you a party official?
Don't stand up for anybody.
What are you saying? Who are you?
Who am I?
Yes.
Hello.
I'm not you.
Excuse me.
Their papa led
I am representing the Party here. You cannot sit down here. When I watch
This is the
seat of party official.
There's no result in the
This is not the Party office.
no result. The officials have not given the result.
Why are you speaking for the party?
No, are you a leader of the party?
Are you a leader of the party? Take care of it.
Officials are saying you
Stand up and talk. Who are you?
if you don't have seat here, leave this place.
Excuse me, please.
No reserve seat for anybody here. It is very on who goes No. Just don't worry. Let's go straight out. There's no seat for anybody.
No seat reservation, please. I made that announcement.
Can somebody
Please, if you have any issues,
we are sitting.
thank you. Please.
Came this morning.
They are ruffians.
The 5 musketeers, the Babalawo that want to take over Labour Party, and his co-travelers are here this morning. But they wanted to take over our seats. They wanted to take over, and he said no.
Let
So do you see more of a trend where people are leaving their jobs, those traditional 9 to 5 hours, and doing their own thing?
No, it's definitely bigger than that.
Wow. This is somebody's great grandfather that just came to embarrass his lineage. Eh? These people no get no shame at all. Eh? Just a pity, sha.
What happened as in legal or
Yes,
from
as in legal.
even
The first one is done.
all right.
So just what happened from the legal angle and the issue of over 73%, 70% of the government
Yeah.
provide.
Well, what transpired in the court today is really a sad commentary to the activity of the umpire that announced a result which they could not give the CTC to the people of Nigeria that voted for the election. How can you announce a result you don't have? That is what should trouble us. Because the law made it clear. By the time, and I'm talking about section 62, subsection 2 and 3 of the Electoral Act, before you even announce a result, you should have the CTC waiting, be complete, from polling unit to polling unit, from ward to ward, from local government to local government, from state to state. You should have the CTC from the National Electronic Register of Election Results. Now, you have an INEC that 2-3 months after that could not give us 70% of the evidence they claim that they have. It is sad. And the court has taken judicial notice of it and has advised all parties to do the needful. And I keep maintaining that INEC should come clean to Nigerian people. In court, there's nothing like technical glitches. The judges are not technicians. They are there to deliver justice. So what we are simply saying is the evidence of what you said you did, give to us so we can prepare our case. Thank
When
you.
is the next sitting of the court?
Friday.
Friday this week.
Yes, 19th of May 2023.
Was the issue of online transmission addressed in court today?
Not really, because what we are saying in effect is that if we don't have the evidence, because last time the court sat, the council, we are to meet to check all the documents and the evidence and know the ones that they will admit and the ones they will object to. So how can you go to such meeting when you have not gotten the evidence, the official evidence that you need? So that was what we produced and presented to the court today. So we are optimistic that INEC will do the needful, give us all the evidence so that we can fulfill what we would have done before now. I don't want to remind you, if you were in court, you will know some of those little tricks that they want to use to delay this, because the issue of election is time bound. The Nigerians are wiser. I keep saying that we will not succumb to the blackmail of people who want to truncate this journey to a new Nigeria. The movement is inevitable. The march to new Nigeria. He is not a party to any suit in court. So how can he come and claim that any court gave him any order to do anything about what he's not a party to? He's neither a claimant nor a defender. And the rule of law is very simple. The court does not even have jurisdiction to make an order in favor or against a person who is not a party to a suit. So how can an old man come out and say a court has given him an order to begin to be a leader of a political party? Which court? When you want to come to court to plead anything, you come with the order. So you just come on empty ground and you're making claim which you are not. And let me tell you about the suit. The suit has not even delivered any judgment. So nobody has even acquired any right from that suit. What the judge simply said last time is that he has jurisdiction to hear the matter, nothing else. And some clowns are trying to claim an order which a court has not given. And like I said, the most disturbing is that a man who is not even a party to the suit, one Mr. Pampers, what's that? One Mr. Is that a Pampa? Apapa. Something like a Pampa.
Old chief priest.
Okay, whatever it is. Good. As you can see, even his name is controversial.
Yeah.
I don't even understand the one to take. So an old man that is 78 years, that the grandchildren should be looking up, preaching to him to make sense with God, is coming to court to claim what he is not. Now, let me tell you again about the Constitution of Labour Party. And I have it. You cannot remove the national chairman of Labour Party except you have 2/3 of the National Convention.
Yes, that's the position of the law.
And again, no court has the right to determine the leadership of any political party. It is settled by the Supreme Court. So when somebody comes to court, let me tell you something again. In Labour Party, we have 3 national deputy chairmen. And none of them has the right to assume the position of the national chairman without the authorization of the National Executive Council. And I'm talking about Article 13, if I can remember very well, 2B, XVI. It is only the National Executive Council that has the right to fill up any vacancy. And when you talk about discipline, if you go to the XVII, it's only the National Executive Council. Who are those men? I don't know who they are.
We don't know them.
My principal does not know them. I don't know them. And indeed, I don't want to know them.
Yeah.
And the other one purporting to be the publicity secretary, I have challenged him on a national television to tell the world how he came to become the publicity secretary. He has not been able to say it because he is not. So when you're claiming what you're not, who are you? You're an impostor.
An interloper.
So I want Nigerians to understand, no court gave order to Mr. Apampa to ever assume any position. And let me make it clear. There is no, as long as the court is concerned, he is not a party to any court proceeding. He's not even a party at all.
Yeah.
So please, that is what we should note.
Thank you.
Oh my God. Drama. Nigeria. We shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome today. Deep in our hearts, we know we shall overcome. We shall overcome today. Anyway.
First tonight to a story that's getting lots of attention on social media after months of legal troubles and fratricidal squabbles in the Labour Party. Today, the Presidential Election Petitions Tribunal produced a remarkable twist of high drama. The factional national chairman, Lamidi Apapa, stormed into court, accompanied by his deputies, and walked straight into a showdown with the Director General of the party's Presidential Campaign Council, Akin Oshuntokun. Mr. Oshuntokun and other party officials were seated in the courtroom when Mr. Apapa confronted Mr. Oshuntokun and demanded that he and his group vacate their seats, with Mr. Apapa claiming he was the legitimate leader of the Labour Party and should therefore take the seat. Mr. Oshuntokun angrily refused to relinquish his seat, and as the tension deepened, court officials were forced to intervene to calm things down. So, with the rival factions now squaring off in public, how wide is the crack in the Labour Party, and what hope is there of reconciliation? Well, for more on today's rather embarrassing altercation, I'm joined now in the studio by the Director General of the Labour Party's Presidential Campaign Council, Akin Oshuntokun. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you very much.
So that internecine war taking place inside the Labour Party, now bubbling onto the surface in court. I mean, tell us what happened.
Well, you know, they are agent provocators, so they seek every opportunity to, make a crisis, make a fuss. They'll go around shopping for occasions where they can, exhibit their nuisance value for whatever they are getting in return. The court is not somewhere you go to dramatize your rascality or anything like that. There are other places you can sit in, because if your motive is good, I mean, if you have the vested interest of the party at heart, arguing over who sits where shouldn't be.
Yeah, but you were sitting there and he approached you.
Yes, I was sitting.
Right.
So it came that our first seats were retained by our protocol officer for our officials of the party and the presidential candidate himself. So I came early, so I was sitting down, and there were 2 vacancies. But I'd seen them and I'd said, look, these people here again, they are here to cause a scene. So when eventually, I didn't know he would have the effrontery to come to me to demand that well, apart from being
to demand that you get up,
apart from being the DG of the presidential campaign, I think I've done well for myself in life. That nobody of his caliber would talk to me like that. So I also said, well, look, he said, don't I know him? So he said, I know him. And I said, well, if you are obsessed with whether I know you or not, that itself smacks of inferiority complex. I don't know you. Look, we are going around for the presidential campaign for months. You are nowhere to be found. How will I know you? The only way I know you was the nuisance you have been causing all over the place, in the news. So please, let me be. But of course, they wanted to cause a scene, they did. They did cause a scene, and eventually the chief security officer of the chambers, came and then, shooed them somewhere to go and see them. But of course, they are paid for the day. Whoever was, but they didn't then bargain. I was also surprised that people were waiting for him and his confederates, outside the place, and young boys roughing them up and remove his, and it looks like Babalawo, so they are shouting Babalawo only. So I think we would think twice before. We have another one on Friday, so I think they would think twice before he shows up there again.
Right. So has today's clash in court between you and Lamidi Apapa widened that crack in the Labour Party? Is it now beyond sort of reconciliation?
Look, they have nuisance value. It's nothing factional or anything. Look, they have no consequence, to the progress of the party. They only hit a jackpot, that somebody finds them useful for nuisance value. Somebody who wants to give the impression of fomenting crisis in Labour Party to make the party look controversial, and something like that. They are serving that purpose. So it pays them to do so. I mean, you ask them, where did they get the money that they used to be flying around, and so on and so forth? It must be coming from somewhere. They don't look to me as somebody who can afford a flight ticket from Lagos.
Yeah, but you have to admit that it seems almost perverse that this took place inside a courtroom where you, as a party, are trying to convince the judges to give the reins of power in this country to you, and to convince the Nigerian people that you are the ones who will take them in a new, more hopeful, more responsible direction. I mean, but today's development gives a totally...
They came to subvert.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that it also affects your image. I mean, it gives a totally different insight, suggesting that the people in the Labour Party are just as irresponsible as all the other politicians that you criticize.
Listen. It's newsworthy what they are doing, but actually it's irrelevant. Look, credit us with what we have achieved, right? What they are doing is trivial. It's some naughty people, like kids, stealing. Look at what the party achieved. Even with the compromise NEC results, election, that's what you should measure up with, not with these people. People, they are just being useful to somebody who wants to, they are agent provocators.
Right.
And then they'll give the impression, precisely the impression you are giving.
Well,
it's a non-starter. They have no consequence. Look, after the conclusion of the court case, they will fizzle out. The person who is using them will find no use for them again. So, I mean, that is the reality of, you call them and ask each and any of what is the contribution they've made towards the progress of the party. Did they support any of the candidates?
No.
From the presidential candidate down the ballot? Anywhere? I don't know him. But he was so, he keeps saying around that they know me. Why should you be obsessed with people knowing you?
Yeah, but they've obviously taken the focus away from where you want it to be. And the focus of this interview has become your squabbles with them.
People are not stupid. As a matter of fact, it generates more sympathy, anger. People are provoked that they are allowing themselves to be used, to doing what they are doing.
Anyway, let's move away from that briefly, and beyond sort of the altercations. Just tell us more about what happened in court today with regard to the Labour Party's legal challenge to the results of the presidential election.
Well, the APC was trying what they will call filibuster. In other words, obstructing the progress of the case. That's what I understood it for, like things they were supposed to have given to cancer for over a week or 2 weeks. They are just bringing them maybe today or the day before yesterday. Just a strategy of, making the thing protracted.
Right. So it meant that you had to adjourn again.
So the judge had to seize the initiative because he too saw it that way.
Right.
by Friday, if you don't bring it, it's going to go ahead and deliver a judgment, that he sees fit. So we're going back there on Friday. And,
right. So as the inauguration day, because I mean that's something that is moving inexorably closer, as the inauguration day draws near, I mean, what's the mood in your sort of campaign council and the Labour Party? I mean, we know that we just heard that Anthony Blinken, the U.S. Secretary of State, was phoning up Tinubu and his people to discuss, strengthening relations.
Listen, that is their own. See, America has its own perspective, about what is going on in Nigeria. But you see, the fact that it was the Secretary of State that was calling him itself is not a very good indication. It's not to be from the president.
Yeah.
Right? So, people shouldn't get excited about. But look, America and Britain, you see, these people are masters of ambiguity. They don't share the same interest about saying, look, things must be done properly. They are interested in stability, They're like, no, just whichever way you find yourself as you let's leave it like that. We don't want any problem here. That kind of thing. In any case, these people should be, you should be happy with your status in life. What are you talking about democracy for? Just accept, So this is what, at the end of the day, we owe where we should be the masters of our destiny.
Exactly.
So there's a little to, somebody was talking about visa ban. You find that kind of tokenism, that they do all about. But the British High Commission, who just left, she made a very condescending statement, immediately after the election, that the democracy of Nigeria is worth celebrating,
Exactly.
I saw her dancing in a disco. Something. So a British diplomat asked me what I thought of that scene where she was dancing. I said, well, it partly explains, a condescending attitude about Nigeria, that these people are just good for. But about a week ago, she issued another statement that is more, like in many respects, the election was a failure, disappointment. So,
okay. Finish what you're saying.
Yeah, so that's but it's what we have to do. If you are expecting some America and Britain to come and do some magic for you here, you're going to be disappointed.
So it has to come from
exactly. Though,
right.
I'm not disappointed. They are masters of ambiguity. Their own emphasis, which is different from our own, is stability.
Okay.
Whichever option, no matter how flawed, so far as it is capable of guaranteeing some form of stability, they don't care.
Okay.
Right.
Akin Oshuntokun, I want to thank you very much indeed, and I'm glad you came out unscathed.
Man, I appreciate this interview this man gave. And this is the fact that every Nigerian needs to understand. Don't assume that these people are coming to save you. They are not. It is up to us whether Nigeria lives or dies completely. It is up to you and I. So all this one that they are saying he's meeting with, they will meet, because it's about self-interest. America is interested in their own self. As long as they can negotiate with Agbado and have access to resources, you think they care? They don't care. And he's very correct. The fact that he's the Secretary of State that is meeting with Agbado, that shows you how low they think about him. He doesn't even know. His people may be running and getting excited about it. It just shows how low they think of you, that you're not worthy of meeting their own president. So get excited all you want, but at the end of the day, that election is not going to stand. May 29, it will never be. Welcome, Juliet. Thank you for joining us. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear
Okay.
us? Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. I've been very busy. I'm actually in school, so
Oh, okay.
all I do
Well
is
done.
forward and forward and forward. I haven't had the opportunity to join live.
Yeah, I get
So
all your forwarded emails.
I
I
hope they are
appreciate it.
helpful
Thank you.
in any
They
way.
they are. Sometimes I've seen them, so it's just easy access. Like if I want to play any one of
Okay.
the videos, it's easy for me. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem. You're welcome.
So what do you have to say? You know what happened in the court. You're already updated.
In fact, hello everyone, by the way.
Yeah.
It's I honestly I don't know if I would say it's bittersweet for me. um in one hand, I strongly believe that the court is jeopardized.
Yeah.
It is obvious.
Yeah.
They are kind of trying to give Nigerians false hope. Why did I say that? I
Hmm.
mean, if you listen to at times when I have a chance, I go to Obi Dati TV.
Right.
Since after this election, they have this guy from UK that constantly join them on that program to analyze a whole lot of like state by state. They've been analyzing this election results and all that,
Right.
and they were actually the first that brought out the River State result, even before Premium Times and British whatever published theirs. And from what they mentioned today, Peter Obi and Labour Party's legal team have been writing and meeting the INEC people for the past like up to 3 or 4, 5 times.
Hmm.
And the court cannot say they're not aware of what has been going on. Because initially, when they consulted INEC refused them. They went back to court to get either injunction or whatever that will mandate INEC to produce what they need.
Right.
We also that they kept quiet until the very last day. That was why Peter Obi's legal team filed their petition at the very last day. Okay, since after that, and why the case was even adjourned last week was because up until last week, PO's legal team were also saying that these people have not given us what we want. And that was the reason they adjourned till today,
Mm-hmm.
so that they will have enough 1 week to get all that is required, meet in person and discuss what the things they will agree on as a party and what they would need to argue in court. Until today, they are claiming that INEC has only given them 30%, and the court is still watching. I mean, for the fact that court has given injunction and the INEC violated it is enough contempt or whatever they call it in legal terms. So watching all this, wasting Nigerians' time, I don't know what to call it. I'm actually frustrated. I'm annoyed.
You're not
INEC,
the only one.
INEC, on the other hand, if you watch this lady on Twitter, General Oluchi or whatever, is
Mm-hmm.
quite interesting. She makes out time like to write point by point, like up to 98 points of each argument posed by legal team of Peter Obi. And, INEC is saying this, and as of today, from what I heard that played out in court, APC was actually playing the part of INEC's legal team. Can you imagine that? And court sits and allow all this nonsense? Is it in the place of APC legal team to be saying that Peter Obi group did not pay whatever for INEC? What arrant nonsense? So honestly, I don't know going forward. We don't have enough time here because believe me, this guy that we all know, what's his name, Abado, there is no freaking way he will get to that office and
Absolutely.
watch you and I come and remove him. Never on earth. Rather, he will turn Nigeria upside down.
Yeah.
That is 100% sure.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know the approach we are going to use, and now focus on what the judges, because for me it's not about INEC, it's not about whatever. Judges need to do what they need to do.
The
And
pressure
they're
has
acting, it is just obvious to everyone now that they're being accomplice in this issue. At the same time, playing, like they're for the masses, that is nonsense. And their game, they know that we, from what legal team of Labour Party and P2B are saying, that in fact when they have a chance to, when this case gets to the point of arguing and all that, in fact Nigerians will be like, wow. And it's obvious when it gets to that point, there is no way on earth that the judges in their right senses, even if they were paid,
yes,
will look the other way. So they are strategically dragging this so that they will look good in the face of the world.
public, yeah.
And at the same time, Nigerians will not condemn them. So, because they know the capability of this guy when he gets to the office. At that point, they are completely hands off. So they are doing their best to make sure this case does not get to the point where we will see the argument and counter argument and, every expose, like literally tabled out for the world to see. And also, why would INEC be arguing that they don't want, They don't want this thing to be televised? Like, this is enough for the court to act. INEC is a private institution, as they make us to believe. So it's not in their place to start arguing whether whatever it should be televised. And even if this has to go beyond May 29, for us to get judgment is only when it is televised. And that ruling has to take place now. Because once they don't succeed making it to be televised, and this guy gets one in, God forbid, then is a forgotten issue. But at least if we get to the point where it is televised, even if it goes beyond 29th, and Abado comes and start doing all the nonsense, the world will still see it. And at that point, it will be so obvious or difficult for anyone to believe that, this is nonsense. So at this point, I don't know the strategy we will use to make the courts realize that this is the time for them to deliver. Yes, they have 1 week or whatever, how many days to the 29th. If they mean business, they need to do something and do it fast. That's all I can say for now.
You're actually I share the same sentiments as you do, Juliet. Honestly, I do.
Yeah.
Because I think that right now, the pressure for me, I've been calling for action for God knows how. I mean, since this whole election, while they were counting, I was already calling for action. Okay, that one passed, but you see, this one, it cannot pass.
It shouldn't.
The pressure has to be the pressure has to be put on the judiciary to televise, and we have to be on the ground. There's no other way. We just have to let everything crumble down. We don't care.
Let's watch and see what happens on Friday. And I'm also happy that Obedience dealt with that papa of a man.
Native doctor.
Yes, from what the native what he when he granted 1 useless, I don't know, the TV interview. After the altercation, he said, God, in fact, I'm sure though they didn't show us on TV, but I'm sure the people he was thanking were the police guys that saved him. Like he said, honestly, if not because of you, I would have been dead by now. So that alone would make him to realize that if he has any balance, it's time for him to return the balance. Because if he dares come out again on Friday, he wouldn't live to to tell the story.
Clearly.
So I love that part.
everybody was happy
It's
about
crazy. What is going like Nigeria is so rotten.
it.
Oh my goodness.
It is. It's like
It
it's
is,
decaying.
we thank God for the P2B that just came up.
Yeah,
Because
it exposed a
if
lot.
we had known that, the whole thing has decayed to this extent, I think Nigeria would have woken up long before now.
Well, thank you
It
very much.
wouldn't have been this bad. Like all
Yeah.
the time, I can tell you the good thing that P2B has done. For example, if you ask any Nigerian right now,
Mm.
how P2B's Atiku's the last election where P2B was his assistant, was his vice. If you ask any Nigerian what was what was on that case, nobody can tell you anything because we didn't care. But today, even a wheelbarrow pusher on the street can narrate from beginning to the end of what contains in that case
Yeah.
between P2B. So that shows, how much interest Nigerian people have
Nigerians have, yeah.
vested in this whole thing. And I pray, honestly, that we all get the justice we require because we can't afford, like mainstream media, like the whole system is bad. The mainstream media does not report. Do you know the number of people that buy in the north? Is all these private, like whatever fact on Twitter and in the media that are reporting those things.
Yeah.
So you can now imagine what goes on, what happens when this useless set of people now come in, God forbid.
They won't.
Yeah, this one is Escobar, the other one is.
We cannot allow it.
Are you
It's
kidding
time
me?
for action. That's all I see.
No.
Let me
We
come
need
to
a
the
proper
other.
solution.
Yeah.
What do we need to do? What do we
Yeah.
need to do? We don't have time
We need
left.
to put pressure on it. For me,
Oh my
especially
goodness.
judiciary, and we have to be on the ground. Let me quickly come to other people in the studio.
Okay,
Thank you
thank you.
very much, Juliet. I appreciate. One
You're
love.
welcome.
Welcome to the show. Happy
Um, oh,
Tuesday
oh,
to you.
yeah, good to see you again.
Same here. Welcome. Good
Yeah,
to have you.
I know. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, everyone, wherever you're joining us from. I'm glad to be in this village meeting tonight.
Thank you. Welcome.
It's unfortunate that we have a country that most people say we don't have laws. We do have laws, but the issue is they don't follow the law. That's the problem we have. And although most of our laws, they all needs to be revamped and restructured, but the ones we have already, the leaders
One love.
don't
Are you
follow it.
driving?
They
I
make it
hear
as if we are.
signal. Are you driving?
Can you hear me?
Are you driving?
Oh,
One love. Can you hear us? I was asking. Are you driving? Okay. It sounds like you can't hear me. Mr. John, welcome. Happy Tuesday.
Hey, happy Tuesday, Omoye, and happy Tuesday to everyone in the house.
Thank you. Juliet, can you mute your mic? We're getting feedback from your end.
Okay.
Yeah, just mute your mic. Okay, go ahead, John.
Okay, yeah. So I joined a little late, and I heard a lot of what Juliet was saying.
Right.
She's very passionate about what's happening in Nigeria, and there's a lot of passion with what's happening in Nigeria. And One Love actually started saying something that I actually, identify with. A lot of people, I would say most Nigerians don't even know the laws of the land.
That's true.
That's the first thing.
Mm-hmm.
The second thing is, if you don't know the laws of the land, it's very easy to get emotional about what's going on because you see things based on it, because Nigerians are very religious. So you see things based on what you think the religion should do. But the reality of the fact is the religion is very different, or your specific religion, whether it be Christianity or Muslim faith or whatever it is the laws of your religion are very different from the laws of the state or of the country, Nigeria. And unfortunately, since most people don't know the law, they actually don't advocate to get the laws changed if they don't make any sense. And the biggest problem Nigeria has right now is that a lot of the laws in Nigeria make no sense. I bet you if you take a poll of everyone in this room, just this small room right now, I can guarantee you more than half hasn't even seen the Electoral Act of 2022.
I only saw it recently. I'm guilty. Me, I just started seeing it during the election. And that's when I got involved in Nigerian politics and I didn't dwell too much on it.
Exactly.
I'm guilty.
Yeah. And so the first part is knowing about the law. The second aspect is actually reading the law. And then the final and third aspect is the proper interpretation of the law. If you actually read the law, the Electoral Act of 2022, you'll see why Nigeria is having all these problems with the elections. Section 135, it's just like there's a section in there, 135, that says an election shall not be liable to be invalidated by reason of non-compliance with the provisions of this act if it appears to the election tribunal or court that the election was conducted substantially in accordance with the principles of this act. And that so they basically what this law is telling you is that it doesn't matter what happens.
It doesn't matter what happens. Hey! So
imagine how many millions of Nigerians that don't know about this.
Oh my God.
So it's great to be passionate, but what's more important is to educate the people, and not just educate the people, force the people to be active into changing the laws of the land. The laws of the land are substantially compromised.
Yeah, heavily.
The reason why Nigeria is in disarray is because the laws are compromised. It's not because, part of it is because, people want to do mago and, just bribery and all that stuff. But the primary reason why people can get away with a lot of things is because the laws are compromised. You have a law right here, an electoral law that is supposed to elect people that are supposed to guide the country, guide the future of the country, the nation, and create laws and edit laws and change laws. You have a law that basically says, guess what? The people that you're electing, you're most likely not really electing them. They're most likely being selected. That's pretty much what the law is saying, because all they have to do is pretend that the election was done in a way that is substantially in the manner that is expected of the law, and that's it. So what did they do? They created the BVAS. They have your ballot boxes. They tell you the dates and locations of where you can go to vote. And they tell you, we'll upload all these results to the BVAS portal. So they do all that, right? So they do it, right? But did they do it correctly? No. What does the law say about not doing it correctly? The law is pretty much mostly silent on that. All the law is saying is, as long as they do all of these things and it substantially shows that they were trying to conduct a free and fair election, the results announced by INEC will not be invalidated. So I just wanted to share that, because I hear the passion. I've been listening to a lot of people.
Yeah, but John, let me tell you, that it's impossible, right? I mean, people are just only trying to catch up now because of Peter Obi's emergence.
Yes.
And for a fact, the Nigerian laws have not worked for God knows how long for the people. The laws have been flawed from time immemorial. So right now, the only way we can even get it right and start to re-educate and educate people about knowing the laws of the land and being aware of it is when we get a sensible person in. So this fight is not because we just want to fight. You know, it's, and I'm sure you know that already. So I know I'm probably preaching to the choir right now, but I
Yeah.
just want you should know Nigeria is sick right now. I mean, it's decaying. It's decaying. I'm serious. So right now, the focus is getting someone who has some sense in first of all. Then we can start, because the section you just quoted, the 135, is a law against itself already within the same electoral law, where you have a section saying that they're going to do one thing, and then this one is actually going against what it said, leaving room for criminality. It doesn't make any sense, you know. So I mean, like I told you, I only just started reading. I read the Constitution before. That was a long time ago in school. But then again, I'm only now acclimatizing, or knowing, or getting acquainted with the electoral laws. I didn't know all this before. It was Peter Obi that spiked my interest. I didn't care about all of these things in Nigeria before. And if I didn't, I can only imagine how many people didn't care. So now it's like a come to Jesus moment where we all have to put our hands in the ground and start to till the soil, because we have a lot of work to do in that country, you know. So I hear you. You are absolutely right. We lack a knowledge of the laws, and we're very passionate, but there's still a lot of work to be done. But I take all the passion right now, because that's what we need to move forward. We can't allow anything, can't allow these criminals coming on the 29th. I beg. Let
No,
the country just end. Instead of that one, let it just end. No,
no,
seriously.
no,
Let it
no, no.
just
See,
end.
a lot of people think, oh, let the country end. This one, that one. You have the Oduduwa, you have the Biafra, the IPOB, you have the, you know. See, people don't understand. Nigeria, as it's set up right now, and the current state, the current status of Nigeria, it's best, to be frank with everyone, and I'll say this to anyone, it is best for Nigeria to stay together for now. Maybe the next 30, 40, 50 years, and then you have some stability, the different regions develop properly. Then at that point, when there's a lot of stability, then at that point decide, okay, let's split this country. But right now, with the way the country is, if you split Nigeria right now, the anarchy. Let me tell you this: Nigeria is together today, and you have all of this corruption. You do not want to see a divided Nigeria. I mean, it will be absolute anarchy, absolute
I'm
chaos.
not even talking about division. Not I don't I'm not for division. I'm just saying we need to do something. The 29 cannot happen.
So
How it's going to happen, I don't know. I'm talking pressure on the judiciary. We have to be on the streets. Everywhere needs to be on total and complete lockdown, because we gotta get it right.
no,
We're
so
not going to leave this to our children. We're not going to leave it to our descendants, our lineage, anyone that's coming to come and inherit this ancestral battle. Please, let's just fight for it now. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not for division. No. Me, I'm for one, because I have friends all over. I have family all over. So I
Can
cannot
I
even
respond to what he said briefly?
yeah, one second, because we have other people in the studio, and I
Okay.
want to give them a chance to also talk before you can. So whatever you want to talk, just make a note of it, and then you can respond to him when I get back to you, Juliet. Thank you. So, Mr. John, thank you. I hear your sentiments. Trust me, I know exactly what you're talking about. But we gotta start from somewhere. And I'm not here to preach division. I'm not for IPOB, Yoruba, this or the other. I'm not interested, because I have Yoruba friends and family. I have family from the north. I have Igbo. My brother is married to an Igbo woman from Anambra. Okay, so I have relatives all over. So I cannot be for that, you know. So I'll be fighting against myself. Let me quickly come to Eunice, my sister. Welcome, oh, happy Tuesday.
Is it not Wednesday?
Is it Wednesday? Hey, Egbami, oh. I think I've lost a day. Nigeria, I'm
You're
not.
done in. You are exhausted. It's the
Hey,
17th.
oh
Or
my
is it me?
It's Wednesday. No, Kene was asking. I was laughing. Me, in my mind, I was like, Kene has lost. I was laughing at Kene in my mind. Can you imagine?
Oh, it's
Who might
Wednesday,
not
the
think that was
17th.
a mistake? Yeah.
Yeah, too much is going on in your mind, so that's expected.
Welcome, my dear.
Thank you, thank you. I hope you're doing okay, and I send my greetings to the other panelists and people in the comment section. So I just wanted to explain a little bit of the speaker before, the lady.
Right.
She was one. She's Julian.
Yeah, Juliet.
Juliet, yeah. So I came in a little late, but I just had a bit of what she was saying. So I wanted to explain the legal process of what she was wondering. At this point in time, INEC has been that respondent that is not forthcoming with the production of documents in civil procedure. That's what they call discovery and inspection of documents. So because INEC has not been forthcoming with production of documents that the petitioner, Peter B's team, requested for, the court has basically ordered them to meet up with the petitioner, Peter B's team, so that they can go over the document, inspect what kind of evidence they need. So that's what is happening at this point in time. The court has the discretion, because it's been a couple of weeks now, the preliminary issues regarding documents or serving the other party should have been done already by now. INEC is not cooperating to the process, okay? The court has the discretion at this point in time to have actually dismissed their matter, because they are proving to be difficult. They're wasting court's time. They're wasting taxpayers' money. The court had that discretion to do that. But I guess they're trying to babysit them and telling them, okay, go meet up and try to look into the documents, into the evidence, and see what you need, whether that's what you want. At this point in time, I don't expect them to have only served the petitioner only 30% of the document, you know? So that's just what I wanted to explain to her.
Okay.
Yeah.
Juliet,
Thank
did you
you.
get that explanation?
Thank you. Yeah, that's what I'm also complaining, that it's obvious that INEC doesn't want to cooperate. So why is the court just keeping quiet? That's what I said. Like, court should act, either throw them away with their case or, rule on that, because it's obvious they are the ones dragging this whole thing and the court is admitting it. We don't have that time as Nigerians. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's unfortunate, but maybe they're giving them the benefit of doubt, or maybe they have signed what is called an undertaking. And an undertaking is where you promise that you're going to produce all the documents to the other party before this time. So you schedule a timetable and you produce all the documents that is within your power and control, and you serve to the other party. To be honest with you, some people are not able to produce the documents because of some challenges and difficulties. But at this point in time, I really don't know what challenges they could be experiencing that is not making them produce the documents and serve, So that's unfortunate. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Eunice. I appreciate you coming in to explain.
You're welcome.
I really appreciate that.
You're welcome.
So much. Let me come back to One Love. Welcome back. One Love, can you hear us? You're on mute. Okay. I don't think he's ready right now. Juliet, you wanted to respond to John's when he was speaking, so you can do that now. Since One Love.
Yeah, thanks for giving me the chance to do that. Sure. Thanks, Eunice. I'm actually in the same page with you. So based on what John was saying, definitely we all as Nigerians do not want division at this point. And you could tell that all the agitation of division, people breaking away, is simply because of the marginalization of one region by this ruling party, or all the bad government we've had so far. For example, you can tell that all the period that IPOB have been agitating that they want to break away and all that, you can tell that since the emergence of P2B and how the entire Nigerian youth or Nigerian people embraced him, you could tell that IPOB have stayed mute. You can hear them agitate anytime, since this election. If they were actually, troublesome or really meant that they want to move away, they would have continued, making their noise regardless of whether P2B's, presidency will help them or not. But you can tell at this moment, IPOB have really kept quiet because they don't want to jeopardize this whole journey that Nigerian people want to actualize. So what am I saying in a nutshell? People are agitating in Nigeria because of the gross, marginalization they're experiencing from the government. Whereas once there's an emergence of good governance in the person of P2B or his like, I'm not sure people will start talking about, what, we want to move or we don't want to stay or what. So that's just what I want to say.
Thank you for clarifying that. So, do you currently live in Nigeria?
I don't. I'm in Canada.
Oh, okay. See,
yeah, but I have my people are in Nigeria.
Yeah. So I think another issue that we have in Nigeria, the big issue that we have in Nigeria, is there's this huge, and actually, what? It's across the world. Actually, there's this huge, but more acute in Nigeria, in countries like Nigeria. You have this huge focus on the presidency, and people completely neglect their local governments. People completely forget that, hey, you do have a local government area chairman. You do actually have a state governor. As a matter of fact, if you go further down deep in the weeds, you probably have like a small community or municipality chief or something within your own community that is expected to kind of handle the rules of law. And yes, it's great to have a great leader at the top, the president, great, but more importantly, you need to have local leaders within your local government that are actually doing the work. The main problem Nigeria has is locally, most local governments are not doing the work. A lot of times people don't realize that each local government within Nigeria gets a federal allocation of funds. They get millions, billions of naira annually allocated to things like education, healthcare, and infrastructure. Every year you get those allocations. You have employees within the local government that are supposed to be taking care of the infrastructure development, that are supposed to take care of healthcare needs, and they're also supposed to take care of education and other things within the local government area. But they don't do these things. These employees constantly either squander the money or they go out there and issue contracts to fraudulent companies. And these fraudulent companies, instead of building the roads, they either build substandard roads or substandard infrastructure, or they don't even do anything at all. They just take the money and go away. And nothing happens to those companies. There's no prosecution of the companies that took the money or that built things. First of all, if the government officials within those local governments were actually doing their job, they would have been inspecting the work as it was being done, or they would have stopped the payments to those companies before. If the work was not being done, stop the payments, cancel the contract, start a new contract. Just so many things. I mean, yes, we need to focus on who's at the top, but more importantly, we need to focus on the people, those employees locally. I can almost guarantee you, if you poll more than half of Nigerians, potentially 80% of Nigerians out there, none of them will be able to name you their local government chairman. Let me ask you, Julia, do you know, let's say either your village or wherever you stayed in Nigeria?
One second, John. One second,
Yeah.
Julia. So let me tell you something. You're saying this because you're aware, right? What you need to understand is that in Nigeria, they intentionally keep the people ignorant. Civic responsibility is taught in schools in Western countries, right? But they don't teach that in Nigeria. They don't want you to know. And besides that, they made sure that they crumbled the educational system. I remember when we used to have local government chairmen, but guess what? Once they started having this fraudulent, well, they've been fraudulent for a very long time. What started happening is some of the state governors decided to do away with local government chairmen. So the money that ought to go to the local government, they pocket it and they use it to do whatever it is they want to do. They deprive and suppress the local communities. Even for instance, in Edo State, where I come from, the governor, we don't have any local government chairman. We barely have. Anybody can correct me if I'm wrong. So all the money that they're getting, the allocation they're getting from the federal government, it doesn't get to the people. And even the House of Assembly members within the state, there's a certain number of state of assembly members that they need to have. They don't even have that number. I think they have like a quarter or a third of it on purpose. So you're dealing with a society where the people were not. When I was in Nigeria, I didn't know jack about civic responsibility. Let me put it that way. I didn't know what it meant to hold your officials accountable. I had no idea. Sad to say, it was when I left Nigeria, I started understanding what it means to hold the government accountable. So, why am I saying this? They intentionally kept the people ignorant. You will see generations of people, grandfathers, they don't know what civic responsibility is. They don't understand it. Matter of fact, if the local government chairman or one nice, maybe somebody that's stolen, decide to grow a conscience, build one stick bridge, just build one 2x2 stick bridge, people will throw a party and they'll be thanking him forever. That's what Nigerians are used to doing. So you're talking to a population of people who are just now understanding what it means to hold the government accountable. So as much as yes, we know better now that you ought to hold your administrators at the local councillor and the chairman, hold them accountable for the funds. Which local government is supposed to get 100 million in my state? Did it get to them? No. The federal government came out and announced how much they gave Edo State. Edo State is a palm oil producing company. It's one of the states that enriches these men in government that you have. Okay? Now, so they get allocation. Edo State, Delta State, it used to be Bendel State, but Edo State, Delta State, and other South River State, all those oil producing areas, they had allocation. Guess what? Edo State got their allocation. What did they do? It took when Peter Obi started saying that, I started exposing a lot of things. That's when Boo Boo came out and said, oh, by the way, I gave the governor so and so money, blah, blah, blah. And then we're now waiting for the Edo State governor to come and explain what he did with the billions that was given to him. You understand? So, in as much as yes, because right? You know better. So you're able to say, these people have not been holding these people accountable. They've not been doing because they did not know. When somebody doesn't know something, you can't grow anything out of nothing. You have to know something to put something in. So we're all playing catch up right now. That's what we're doing. Me, I'm telling you that the only time I read the Constitution is when I went to school because I had to. But ask me if I remember. I don't remember. I have to go back and revisit it and say, okay, yeah, I remember this, I remember that. The Electoral Act was not even in existence when I was growing up. So yeah, we can't berate the people for not knowing because they were not taught.
No. So I'm not berating people actually.
I know,
Yeah,
for lack of better words. Maybe I
yeah.
should
But
use the
what I'm
word
actually
berate.
saying
Yeah.
is this passion that we have right now. I love this passion. Don't get me wrong. I love the passion, but I think a lot more of this passion should be directed to the local governments.
It's already been directed to the local government, John. People are now becoming that's why I said people are now becoming aware, because you have to remember there was I remember during NSAS, when NSAS happened, citizens started coming up with different what's it called, different social media platforms to educate people. Literally, I remember that in 20 when it enters happened 2020, they started educating people and trying to sensitize people about what they need to know about their local elections. That's when people started having an idea and getting it, and it's even much better now. So you see in states like in Edo State, for instance, because of the level of education that people have gotten about local election. I remember a House of Rep member from Labour Party who was contesting. He came on one of the platforms that I go to, and he was interviewed. People asked him tough questions. What are you going to do? This is just a regular representative. He's just representing a local government area, you
Mhm.
know. What is this called? ASAN West, ASA Central, and all of that, right? So I think he was from ASA. I can't remember whether it's he was Benin, but one of the House of Rep members. He came, and people are now very much interested in grassroots, and they are rallying around for people they know will work for them. So that is already happening. That's
Yeah.
already happening. We just
Yeah.
need to do more of that and encourage people to remember, which everybody really in their own way have been doing. Because I, for one, I'm interested. The next governor of Edo State, I'm interested who I'm interested in who he is, where he comes from. Did he grow up in Edo State? Does he understand the plight of the Edo people? Does he know what he's coming to do for the state? What does the citizen needs? What having been in Edo State, can he tell us, give us a vision of what he wants to do for the state? I have all these questions that I'm going to ask, because now I know better. I'm not going to just fold my hand and say, oh, whoever. No, it's not going to happen. We're going to ask you questions. We want to know, who's your father? Where did you grow up? Which compound? We want to know, because we cannot afford. The Edo State governor right now, the man's family is not in Edo State. His family is in Lagos, and he is in Edo State. Make that make sense. Every weekend he's running to Lagos State. I guarantee you, all the money in Edo State is taking it to Lagos to go and spend and take his children overseas. So people are getting the idea. They're starting to understand that they need to hold their local government councillors and their governors accountable, and their House of Rep. I had to go and find who my House of Rep member was from my own zone. That's how much vested I am now. I've never been this vested. I had to go
So,
and look for him and say, who be your papa, where you come from, we don't know you, which school you go. Now here you go school for overseas. Okay, where? Because we're done, we're tired. So people are actually now starting to get into that flow.
yeah. And thank you for that. So, Pius, I see Pius made a comment about what I'm saying. I trust me, I know how Niger works, Pius. I was in Niger last year. I did Niger last year. I go several parts of Niger. I even did Abuja. And to be honest with you, Abuja, to me, is a representation of what the rest of Nigeria should look like. And when I say Abuja, I don't mean the outskirts of Abuja. I mean the current phase 1, phase 2, like the areas around the CBD,
Wuse
Maitama, Wuse, Garki, those areas that have, been developed based on the master plan so far.
Right.
That's how the whole of Nigeria should be. Because the way I look at it is, Nigeria, there's no reason for a place like Abuja to exist in Nigeria and not have the same thing replicated across Nigeria. I mean, the people that built those things in Nigeria are Nigerians. The people that developed those things are Nigerians. So it should be replicated across Nigeria. But what I'm saying, I actually have an idea. And, I'm hoping if I can't do it, hopefully someone else can pick up the idea, or a group of people or multitudes of people can pick up the idea and develop it. I really believe that the awareness can skyrocket if we have a central app or some website or something, and you can call it something, whatever you call it, my government or whatever. You can call it whatever you want, that specifically lists all of the local government areas within Nigeria, lists the heads of all the departments. So basically you have like organizational charts, sort of, but not like a complete organizational chart with every employee, but just the top department heads, ministers and everything within each state, within each local government, have everything listed out on that website, and have people within that community update it every time you have new elections or new people taking on those roles. And then always, and then have within that same website always update it to show when the next election is happening, where all the election poll stations are, and all these things. So it's just, this is just an idea. Hopefully this can percolate and someone can pick it up. If I'm unable to do it, hopefully people or a group of people can pick it up and do it, and just have different people, and maybe have a fund, have people from the diaspora develop a fund where we all donate and say this is for Nigeria's governmental elections, or whatever you want to call it. Just a small fund that will pay volunteers or local young people, teenagers, late teens, early 20s, people in the university or late SS2, SS3 and stuff. Have these people work and canvas this, the area, get the names and perform the regular updates. And then from that fund, you pay these people for every now and then. You pay them for their time, and you also give them money for transportation, feeding, lodging, or whatever it is. And I think it would really do wonders. But that's all I have to add. But this is a great discussion. I really hope that more is done to sensitize the people locally first. And I believe from what I saw in Nigeria, I believe in Abuja, I believe Nigeria has a great future. We just need to.
Yeah, we just need the right people. What idea you just shared, John, is actually a great idea. It's actually, I don't know any app developers, but if there's any app developer, be cool, no, please call in. Let's talk some more. This is actually a fantastic idea. It's like a directory. Thank you very much, Chidinma. It's like a directory where you have every state will have your governor, and then you have your local government chairman, and then underneath that, I think they have a council chiefs or whatever they call them. You have the next strata, then you put their names there, and then whatever officers they assign to different localities, right? That will deal with the issues there. We just have their names listed and their contact information. Like if you need to contact them about something you're concerned, that's a great idea, John. I was thinking about the town hall, but the town hall is different because this was when Labour Party was coming up, and people like came up with this idea of a town hall. That one gives you one love. You're welcome back. I'll let you speak in a minute. Yeah, I thought that was, but it's different. So this is actually a great idea, John. Please, I think you should you should start doing something with it, and I'm happy to be a contributor. I don't know how to develop apps. I wish I knew. Trust me, I'll be rolling them out like kilo day. But yeah, if anybody is an app developer here, please call in. Any techie person, I beg. We need to do this because the truth is that we don't realize how powerful we are in the diaspora. There's so much we can do for the people back home to upstage these people, and what John just talked about is one of those major areas we can really, really do work, because you literally have people going there, villages literally, that, Peter Obi, if you notice, where they went to visit that we didn't even know existed in Nigeria. There were no roads. He literally had to come down and walk a few distance to get to the people. So, John, if you're listening, are you still here, John?
Yeah, yes, I'm still
Ah,
here. I'm still here.
Apogeo.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I
Yeah, no,
still
if
here.
you,
I still here.
I beg, if you can start working, honestly, if you can start working on it, I'm sure everybody here on the platform, I'm sure, will be interested in contributing one way or the other. If you can just come up with something and maybe bring it here and give a presentation of it, so we can see how we can chip our own ideas in, because I think this is really incredible. Your idea that you just came up with is going to be super duper helpful. You know, what do you say?
Well, I mean, as of right now, really, I only brought it up because it's currently just an idea. I don't have the time right now, but maybe in a few months, I'll
Okay.
probably have some time to kind of work on something. But for now, it's just an idea.
Okay.
Obviously, like I said, the app alone or website or whatever is not enough. It's
Right.
not, the app is not going to do the work on its own. What
Right.
will do the work are the people on ground, the people in
Yeah,
Nigeria.
we don't mind. I mean, I'm sure if you guys, okay, let me just throw it out there. Now, John, everybody has heard what John said. If you think it's a great idea, please just indicate with a yes in the comment section.
So
And if you
sorry,
think, sorry, go
sorry.
ahead, one more.
Can you just rephrase a little bit, because I don't think I got what he was saying. I didn't get his idea. Sorry.
Okay, John, can you break it down a little bit? Sorry to
Okay,
take you back.
yeah,
Yeah.
not a problem. So what I said earlier is, yeah, just what I'm actually just advocating it for is something similar to what you have across the United States. Like if I wake up today and I want to figure out who is my mayor in my town, or who is mayor is like something like local government chairman in Nigeria. Who is my local government chairman? Who is the minister of agriculture in my state? Who is this? Who is that? If they are a public employee at the top, now a lot of times they don't list out all of the public employees that are like in the lower rungs or in the middle management. But they always list out who the top employees are, the directors and all that kind of stuff. So you will always know who to hold accountable when something that should be done is not being done. That's an automatic thing that happens in the US. In Nigeria, it's very, very opaque. You can't figure out who is who most of the time. So you don't know who to hold accountable. And as a matter of fact, my idea should come with pictures as well. So what I was saying earlier is either create a website or an app, because the youth in Nigeria use apps everywhere. I mean, I believe it will be faster with apps. I don't want to advocate for like a Twitter handle or Instagram handle or all these other things, because it may be a little bit more challenging. But I think it could, we could also try this idea on Instagram or on Twitter. But the problem is you don't really have that space. It would have to be like a page like on Facebook, but even then, it's still not going to be enough. It won't be as intuitive as it needs to be. What I need to have, what this should be, is like a website that you go into the website and it will list all of the states, including Abuja, and you click on any of the regions, or you'll have a map and you click on any of the regions, and it will tell you, it will list out all of the different ministries within the state. It will list out all of the different departments within the state. It will list out all of the local governments within the state. And then if you click on any of these things, it will take you to a list of an organizational chart of sorts of who the department heads are. And we'll have a picture of that person or those people. We would have all the contact information, the phone number, email address, and the address of that building where they should be working at. And so the whole idea is you have this directory of all these people, and then you also have for all those positions where these individuals are being elected into those positions, you have a running list, a recurring update to the next election. So to tell you the next election for this position is November 15, 2023. And by the way, these are the 4 people vying for this position. And it will list all the names, have pictures, and have their backgrounds on there. And this will be a massive effort. So in order to keep this funded and to keep the sensitization going, you want to have a fund that I believe the diaspora of Nigerians should, contribute towards that fund. Honestly, we have millions of diasporans in, outside of Nigeria. We could I believe even just $1 a piece, even if it's just contributing maybe $50 million, I am sure that would go a long way. It will go across Nigeria. You would have all of this stuff listed across of Nigeria. You will employ people, teenagers, people in SS2, SS3, or you employ people in their first or second 100 level, 200 level, 300, 400 level, whatever in the universities. Employ them. Maybe in each local government, maybe employ maybe 100. And I think Nigeria has 774 local governments. So you're looking at employing about roughly 100,000 people. And then, 100,000, if you collect 50 million, that's roughly, $500 per head. The whole idea will be, okay, you have $500 per head. Yes, it's not a lot of money, but the context of this is these employees that you're employing, they're all going to be part-time employees. These young people are just going to be part-time employees for the most part, and they'll probably work on this stuff maybe 10 hours a week, maybe 20 hours a week. So in the grand scheme of things, that $500 that you're collecting and paying them, to them will actually be a lot of money because they're not really doing that much work. What they're doing is they're going out there, collecting the data, storing the data, updating the data, and disseminating information. So what you do is, yes, you have the website that tells you, hey, the next election is this. These are the people vying for the election. But in addition to that, a month or 2 months or 3 months before the election, every weekend, these youth will go out maybe an hour or a couple of hours every weekend and go to local churches. They go to church every Sunday. They can hand out flyers every Sunday. Hey, by the way, election for the local chairman, they come up this November 15. I bet we could not come give them the flyers. Hey, these are the election. Just imagine you have the kids in the Catholic Church and the Anglican Church, the Redeemed. You have them, the ones in Mountain of Fire Miracles, or you have the ones in their mosques. They're giving out these flyers all over the place. So everybody in the local government, if not everybody, at least half of the people in local government are aware of what's coming up. And when that happens, you're more likely to have people come out and vote, and more likely to have people more interested with what's happening within their local community. Because at that point, they know, okay, this person, that local government chairman should be collecting money from the state government, and that money should be going towards building roads or fixing the infrastructure. And more importantly, once they know all these things, once everybody knows all these people involved, the next push should be, you have to open up the information on all of these government contracts that are being signed. We need to know the specific details of all the contracts. In the United States, every single contract that is signed to any company, you can search for it online. You literally Google, there's some website, you go and you will find out all the information, except from some extremely sensitive contracts, like, for defense of the country, where they want to keep some things private and don't tell you. But most contracts, like 95% of contracts, if you search the specific website, you will see every single contract. And, whether it's for building roads, whether it's for, building schools, whatever it is that the government is issuing a contract to a contractor, you can see it. So Nigerians need to advocate. We want everything open. We want it to be public. We want to know who is this contractor that is supposed to build this road? Who is this contractor that won this contract? And why is it that this contractor has not built this road since 1977? Why is it that I go back to Nigeria and the same roads that I saw back in 2003 are still bad? Why? Why am I going back in 2023? The roads that I saw when I was a kid in 2003 are still bad. Why? So we have to, have all these things public, because once the people know and are aware, then people can actually speak intellectually. They can actually speak with knowledge about what is going wrong and why it's going wrong. Right now, nobody knows who is winning contracts. Nobody knows who is supposed to, build this infrastructure and is not doing it. And nobody knows who is supposed to hold these people accountable. So that's all. That's pretty much what I'm saying. I don't want to go too long, but there's a lot that can be done. But I'm just going to stop there and let someone else speak.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. That definitely would go a long way to help, especially to educate our youth. Because I can say most people, I guess most youth in Nigeria, even the elderly, they don't even know who their representative is. They don't even know who's the guy who's representing them in the National Assembly, or who their senator is. I know some states might have 3, 4, 5 senators, but they don't even know who these people are. Majority of the time, it's basically, if anything is bad, it's either the governor or the president at the top, So, but I believe sometime when they award contract, or when they have some bills that are passed in the National Assembly, there are people that voted for these bills, There are people that will vote for us to have this electoral act that we just passed. There are people that will also vote against it, but we don't know any of these things, So I think having things like this would definitely help to educate the people, because a lot of people would just say, I'm not going to participate in this electoral process. I guess sometimes the discouragement is there because of what the politicians have turned a lot of things into. People are just not interested in anything in Nigeria anymore. Just that little bit of hope came up when Peter Obi decided to run for president. I think that's the reason why some people even went out to vote. But if you look at what has happened in the past, this same process that we are going through right now is the reason why most people don't want to participate in anything that has to do with politics, or even try to know who their representative is, because they believe nothing comes out of their mouth, of their work, that seems to be genuine. So people have lost hope, and they've lost interest in the process. Until we have that person on, until we have that just one little bit of thing that will rekindle the interest of the people again, I think it's really going to be difficult. I'm not going to lie to you. Before I left Nigeria, even up until now, until Peter Obi came out to become, the presidential candidate, I never really had any interest in Nigeria. And when it comes to talking about Nigeria, I just forget about it, because I know what I went through in that country before I left. You see people who came out third class or even below third class getting jobs that you can't even get, that you who graduated with a first class, because you don't know people. So sometimes you begin to realize that even though at times success in life depends on who you know and not what you know, but it's so apparent in Nigeria that you can know anything in life and you will not get anywhere unless you know people. So a lot of people are frustrated with the system until we have something that is going to change it. Until we have something that is just going to spark that interest in people again, that okay, we need to believe in this country again. Right now, people don't have that interest anymore. People don't see it happening because our leaders don't follow the law. They don't even, like I know from your previous submission, you talk about the law in the electoral process, the 135. We have this stuff, but most of the time they don't even obey it. When the leaders, decided to have disrespect for the law, I don't know what you want the followers to do, because by the time you catch a guy who is supposed to take the money to go maybe build a road or or an airport, or even just give people water in a village, and he forwarded that money to his account, and nothing happened.
But that's the problem.
And the guy is walking free on the street, and he's not arrested.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's what I'm saying is, okay, you have these laws, and the law that I quoted actually allowed for what's happening in the elections right now. It basically says as long as INEC does an election that looks like it's a real and free and fair election, they're not going to cancel the results that INEC announces. That's pretty much what that law says. So you have these laws that are deeply flawed in Nigeria. Why is it that a contractor can just take money from the Nigerian government and not build the infrastructure that they signed to do?
And nothing happens.
So that's my point is why look, I live in the United States here, right? Like, if you take the money from the government and we find out that you didn't do the job, guess what? They will file a lawsuit against you, and there's penalties, and sometimes there's criminal. Most of the time, if it's involving criminal activity, they will put you in jail or in prison, and then there's financial penalty. They will take your money, the money that you took. They will, most of the time, they take all of that money back and some. They will make you pay penalties on top of that.
Right.
But in Nigeria, I have yet to find one case in Nigeria where a contractor was penalized for not performing.
Yeah, it never happens. It never. I mean, just take the INEC thing for example. I mean, the court has issued the order for them to release those information, those evidence for, I don't know, more than 2 months now, but they are not doing this. They are not doing it, and I don't know. I don't know what is going on in that country. I know if it was in other places, since they are refusing to obey that order, the court will have to send another order for them, for whoever is responsible, to be arrested.
No, actually, it's not always the case. It really depends on the case, and it really depends on the judge. So I know a lot of times the American system is sensationalized, and people hear about how the law works in America, and they think, oh yeah, the American system is perfect. No. A lot of things that you see that happen in Nigeria happens in America too, but they don't happen as egregiously as they do in Nigeria. So, for example, this whole delay of INEC, right? Things like that happen in courts around the world, like especially.
But can you disobey a court order and go?
Go
free?
Absolutely, absolutely. So there's many ways. There's many things that can happen. If the court order, it depends on the judge. Judges are given huge amount of power. If it's a no nonsense judge that really wants to show you how much power they have, oh yeah, you're going to prison. But
so I guess in this case, it all depends on the judge.
Yes.
Oh, okay, now I get you.
Yeah, so if it's a no-nonsense judge, you're going to prison. If it's a judge that wants to give you an opportunity to fix the problem, or if it's a judge that wants to show impartiality, or if it's a judge that just has a personality, depending on who the judge is, they may allow you to continue doing this stuff. And a lot of times, some judges, their hands are tied. So in this case, I don't know the intricacies of the details of this.
When you said your hands are tied, what do you mean? Like, you think
their hands are tied by the law? Their hands are tied by the law, pretty much. Like, if the law of Nigeria does not give the judges the jurisdiction to imprison or do something to INEC or INEC officials,
like to send an arrest warrant or something.
If the law does not give them that jurisdiction to do that specifically, the judge can't do anything. All the judge can keep doing is, hey, INEC, send it over. INEC, send it over. That's what it can. So, and guess what?
See, I have always known our law is a mess. Like, everything needs to be. I don't know how to say it. Like, everything needs to be scrapped up. For me, I mean, before I left Nigeria, I know the major issue with Nigeria. I know we have to fix a lot of stuff, but I feel like nothing is going to change until we look at that constitution.
I think so. Constitution is part of the problem. Don't get me wrong. I think Nigerian constitution is part of the problem. But more importantly, I see the problem within the local governments, within like the lower tiers of government. That's where I see the biggest problem. Because if, for example, right, if the local governments, like the state government, is doing what they're supposed to be doing, you get this. I don't know if you've seen the allocation reports, the annual allocation reports that Nigeria sends out. It breaks it down. It tells you Imo State or Nasarawa State got billions and billions of naira, or trillions and trillions of naira, and then it breaks it further down. This local government billions of naira, this other local government billions, or this other one millions. It breaks it all down. I know most Nigerians have never seen those reports. I've seen those reports, and it's online. And funny enough, those reports are on the internet. So if Nigerians know, hey, how come my local government, I was born in Ikeja, how come my Ikeja local government got 1 trillion naira last year, and this road, Bode Thomas Road, is still bad? Why? What did they do with this money? Or the public school that is down the road, is the roof is falling off. The hospital is still the same. I went to hospitals in Nigeria. Nigeria is a nightmare. You don't want to go to a hospital in Nigeria. Even the
for sure. That one, you are going there. You just have to go there with a lifeboat, because that's a 50-50.
Yeah. And so, like, I went to National Hospital last year. I took somebody there. Nightmare, insane. Like, I was in shock. I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it. I said, this is Nigeria's national hospital. Yeah. Hey, I was in shock. And I mean, so many things I saw. I was trying to get a BVN, or not even know it's NIN. I didn't want to go. I didn't want to go through, like, these people, like the agents. Like, you can pay an agent for pretty much anything in Nigeria. I wanted to have the experience that I would have in the United States, where if I'm going to file for a number, like the Social Security number, I go into the Social Security office and I file it. Most of the time, same day, you get all the information, you get your number, and you're gone. No headaches, nothing. So I said, oh, you know what? I am going to have this Nigerian experience. I go enter Nigeria, I go enter NIN office, go. I don't go do and through all these, people on the side. I go enter NIN, go get my NIN number. So I went. So the NIN office is supposed to close at 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock or whatever time was supposed to close. I got there maybe 2 hours early, or an hour early, an hour or two before the close time. And when I got, and this is, I'm not talking about I'm talking about Abuja headquarters, NIN, the big building. I think it was right next to the road safety building or something. So I get there. I'm like, okay, let me enter now. I enter this building, no signs, nothing. I'm like, hey, where am I? Like, this is crazy. This is insane. Where are the signs to the office? So I walk around the first floor and I don't see anything. Then eventually one road safety person comes out and says, hey, Oga, Dave. I say, I did look for, NIN office. He said, now upstairs, come, make I show you. So she took me around to some other place, and the guy said, Oga, yeah, come, make I show you. So they took me to the back of the building, and then there was this like shop with a bunch of guys just sitting around, just looking. Mm-hmm. And then the guy pulls out the piece of paper. Oh, I got to fill out this form, this and that. Oh, got 115 naira. I said, wait, when I look online, this form said this form is not for sale. I'm not going to pay you anything. Where the NIN office there? The guy said, okay, if you don't do this, I said, you know what? Thank you. And I walked away. I went back to the building. This time around, instead of going to the first floor, I went to the next floor. So I went to the next floor. That's where I found, okay, this is where the NIN office is. Okay, I'm like, okay, fine. I'm going to walk in. I get there, and there's a gate. And the gate man locks the gate. I'm like, okay. I won't go do my NIN. The guy said, you don't go the back side. I said, who's that? He's like, you don't go that side, go fill the form. Where I said, sir, I'm here to fill out my, get my NIN. He said, no, you need to go outside. That side for the side of building. I said, no. I'm here to do the NIN. The guy said, we don't close though. I said, it's like an hour before closing. He said, no mind that with the thing they talk for internet, we don't close.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so this is Abuja. I said, okay, you know what? I'll be Lagos boy, fine. I'll go back to Lagos and I'll do it in Lagos, right? So the next week, I get to Lagos and I go to the Ikeja Secretariat. And then, there's a bunch of construction going on there, right? When I went last year, a couple months ago, there's a bunch of construction in the computer village. So, they're building a flyover and all that stuff. So finally, I make it there, I make it to the Secretariat, and this, I was in shock because I'm like, this building is so bad and rickety. So anyway, let's forget about how bad the building was. I get there and I'm like, okay, I'm trying to go do my thing. And there's a line of people outside. Okay, fine. Finally, I get to enter the small room. It's like this room was like maybe 10 square meters. Oh no, let's call it, that room was probably about 20, it's less than 20 square meters, maybe 15 square meters. And there was like people outside, people inside, 3 employees sitting at their desk. All of your information is being like you can see the screen, you can see everything. Name, address, date of birth, everything. And they're taking the picture of the person. And then they take the picture and then they start asking the person all of this information, because on that NIA form, you have to fill out your family's background, all that stuff. And I'm like, this is crazy. Like this is private, PII. This is private and sensitive information. Why is this all public? Like you can see, and then they take the paper, they fill it out, they throw it on the ground. It was insane. And I'm like, this is not how things should be operated. So what am I saying? What I'm saying is the government employees lack respect for themselves
and for the people.
And exactly. And they
for the
lack,
people. The way they would treat you is as if you're a citizen of a foreign country.
Yeah, they lack respect for the people. So if people start taking control of the situation and says, look, this needs to change. We need to change how these things are being handled. We need to have people be responsible. The government employees, you need to sensitize them on customer service. Your government employee does not mean you're God. Your government employee means you're here to serve people. And you're here to do, most importantly, you're here to do your job. You're not here to just, I saw a bunch of people not doing anything, just sitting down. And I'm thinking, okay, you can be serving all these other people. Why are these like 4 or 5 employees just sitting doing nothing? And so the rot in the system is from the bottom, like very bad.
A lot is really wrong with Nigeria, a lot with so many things. I don't know.
Thank you so much, guys. I've thoroughly enjoyed the back and forth. Let me get to the last person in the studio, and then we can continue that conversation, because I think it's very, very useful and truly important for us to talk about it. I mean, for me, my own stance is time for action. All this do when we do so, all this they drag, go pay us, because these people, they already have it. It's a script that they are playing out. We cannot afford for this thing to go past their Friday that they are talking about. Left to me, I would say let Friday not even happen. Let it just kukuma scatter now. Left to me.
Can I just ask Mr. John a question real quick?
Okay, go ahead.
That section 135 you're talking about. See, I read that thing long time ago. There was a question I had. I just didn't know to send this. Maybe you will have some idea. Now, what happens if INEC cannot prove, or if they find it difficult to prove in court that they were actually trying to carry out this election with real ingenuity in terms of inability to upload results to IREV and things like that. Or just look at basically everything that happened during the election. I mean, you have some idea of what happened. What do you think the court might do in that scenario?
That 135 that he just quoted is actually against everything that INEC was supposed to do. That 135 that he just quoted is saying that whatever INEC, whatever, however way the election goes, right? And
Yeah.
I'm paraphrasing here, that the court can say it's okay. The
Right.
tribunal can say it's okay. It was done objectively. Let's move on.
Thank you. That's exactly. But before I even go, support that statement you just said, Omoye, let me start with how when the elections were happening. So I was in a chat group, one of these WhatsApp chat groups that election day, and I was
Sorry,
looking at the
John,
website.
1 second. Let me
Yeah.
apologize to the last person in the studio. One Africa, I'm coming to you right after John. I beg, no vex. Thanks for your patience. I appreciate it. Go ahead, John.
No. Well, you can please let One Africa speak. I can always say what I need to say after they speak.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
But I support what Omoye said, which is the court will not do anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
One Africa, welcome. Oh. Can you hear us? You're on mute. If it doesn't come on, okay.
Yes, I'm here. I'm
Okay.
listening to you guys.
Well, oh, you're listening in. You're enjoying the conversation as well, right?
Yes. I want to give a little bit of contribution from what my
Absolutely.
brother said about
Yeah.
what's happening in Nigeria when he went for some documentation and stuff. You see, I think I don't know about the other side of Africa, but the west side I think is like a norm in the west side of Africa. Where I'm from is the same. For you to get your documentation, like over here in America, is in America, yeah, like as my brother said, you can go to the Social Security Administration office, and you can go in there 1 hour, you are done. You get your documents in the mail. But where we come from, you have to put pennies in people's hands for you to get to. It's well, I think Africa we need to do better. We need to do better. If we want to fix our place, we really have to do better. And again, from what happened today, from the court house, and I think Babalao he deserves what he got, but I'm not gonna get carried away by that because it's just a distraction. Our focus as obedience should be on the ball. The ball is the judiciary. I know INEC, their APC 2.0. We all know it's the writings are on the wall, and they already demonstrated that they are defending APC instead of themselves. And what I don't know, can PO and his Anthony's, can they give out the 1.5 million as INEC suggested? Are they going to do that for them to have access to those documents? Then again, what's the money for? Is it administrative fees, or what's that money for? Let me know. So that's my take for now.
You're talking about the 1.5 million, right? That they were asking for.
Yes.
Okay, I think I heard it was for them to, if he wants access to the documents, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but if he wants access to the INEC documents or so, they're asking him to pay 1.5 million, which he should already have access to anyway. But they're wanting him to pay, and Peter Obi know they give shishi, so the man say, "Suck it." And so he tell them. I mean, Nami they use that word, but basically he refused. So that was that 1.5 for. And well, I don't know. I mean, in a civilized world, if the people that are supposed to have business with cases come to court and then they don't show up in court, really it's grounds for dismissal. But Nigerian matter, you always get.
Yeah, Tinubu hasn't showed up 3 times now.
Exactly. I mean, in a normal this thing, now grounds for dismissal. But what Nigeria matter now? So me say, well,
But Omoye, can I interject right quick?
go ahead.
So I'm not a lawyer, but I don't. I think BAT, it got people representing him. So I don't think he has to be present in court.
No, he has to. He doesn't have. They turn the person that he sent to represent him. They sent him out of court. The governor of Jos, Abi, Plateau.
Yes, yes. I saw him on
Uh-huh.
television the other
He
day.
cannot. He
Where he
needs
was
to
kicked
show
out.
up. He needs to show up. It's not something he can send somebody to.
Peter
Oh my-
Obi is there, and Atiku goes there too as
Yeah,
well.
Atiku is
Yes,
there.
but what I'm saying is it mandatory for him
It
to
is
be
mandatory
there
for him to show up.
because sometimes you have to be there since you have legal representation.
He is as he has to be there because it's an election tribunal, and he's the candidate. He's the front runner, so he needs to be there. There's no excuse. It's just that Nigeria matter get as it be, right? As it be, you know.
But
Maybe this.
even if he has a representative, I mean, if you have a case in court, you always go to the court and you take a lawyer. Your lawyer is always going to represent you. You are not going to say anything in court unless you are ordered by the judge to say something.
Exactly.
Well, it depends. Sometimes you don't have to show.
You don't have to, yeah. You don't have to.
Sometimes your lawyer can just go and represent you.
Yeah, but not in
that's why you have your hands
this
on it.
regard, though.
What
Not
if
in
the
this
law
regard, though. I mean, I get it. Yeah, there's some cases where you don't have to show up and your attorney can show up for you. But in this case, election tribunal, the guy, Agbado, need to show up.
say regarding this tribunal?
Yeah.
Like, does he have to be there?
He has to be there.
Is that what the law says in Nigeria? Because once again, we just
because I'm confused too.
Yeah,
I'm
that's what I'm
confused
saying.
either.
What part of the law
Okay,
that
who
says-
knows what the law says? Me, I don't know. All the lawyer expert. John, you be expert. Oh, yeah, tell us. Teach us.
Well, I don't know the law about the court cases and stuff and how court representation should work in court cases in Nigeria, but there's a lot of flexibility. And once again, even when this is why I go back to saying judges a lot of times people don't realize judges are almost like godlike. Even when the law says, hey, this person has to be in court, there's almost always a provision in the law that says the judge has the discretion to make an amendment to this law. Almost always.
So why did they send Lalong away?
Well, like I said, judges have a discretion. The judge can just say, okay, Tinubu is not here.
Yeah.
But I don't want you.
Brother.
I'm sorry?
No, you can go ahead. You can go ahead.
Yeah. The judge can just say, I have all the power in this world. I'm godlike. Yes, Tinubu is supposed to be here, but you know what? I'm going to excuse him for not being here. But you that's coming here to represent Tinubu, I don't want you here. Get out. The judge can do that.
Yeah.
So in that case, let him be subpoenaed. Let him be subpoenaed. So
yeah, exactly. Okay. So yes. So the only way to force Tinubu in is to subpoena him in. And mind you, you subpoena him in does not end there. The judge actually has to approve the subpoena.
No, that's what I'm saying. The judge is supposed to do that.
No. The judges don't subpoena. It's the attorneys.
No, the judge has to approve it, though. He doesn't.
Yeah, the attorneys
file
for a subpoena. The attorneys say, hey, we want to subpoena this person to come in. And then in some cases, the judge will say, okay, fine, let the subpoena go through. In some cases, the judge might just be like, no, we'll not subpoena this person. So if the attorneys really want him to be present, if Peter Obi and if Atiku want Tinubu to be present in this thing, they will subpoena for him to be there present at the next hearing. And their lawyers know this, so it's very easy for their lawyers to just file the paperwork and subpoena him to come in.
Going to have to anything if he's there or not.
But for me, I think BAT is considering himself is bigger than the law, and the law, then the Constitution is the laws of the land. But it's like he's bigger than the Constitution and everything, the courthouse, everything that surrounds it.
Yeah. I just feel like it's because they can induce these judges with money. That's the reason why,
You see, so where is the integrity? If one man can hold the court down like that, is a problem. That country is in a deep S.
I I mean, I don't want to jump to the conclusion that Tinubu owns the judges. Because the reality of the fact is these judges have a tremendous amount of power. I think a lot of times people don't realize how much power these judges have. They have a tremendous amount of power and they can do a lot of things. So I wouldn't, I see someone saying Tinubu is not an entity, so he cannot be represented. I don't know what that person is trying to say. Maybe the person is saying, you can't have your lawyers show up for you in your case, or maybe because that other person from what state was that man from showed up in his absence. Maybe that's what this person is
I think
saying.
it was Plateau or so.
Yeah. So maybe that's what this person is saying. That's correct because Tinubu is not a company. So if it was like a company, Tinubu will not show up, and then he can send maybe his director, which is kind of like this Plateau guy. Then yes, you can do that for a company. But because Tinubu is a person, you not necessarily you can't do that. It's either him or his attorneys. So that's probably why the judge did that. So yeah, I think that person is right.
Okay. So, John, you were about to say something before I came to One Africa. Do you still have that thought, or?
Okay, I kind of forgot it, but okay, let me go back. I said before I was going to respond and agree with your statement about Section 135 of the 2022 Electoral Act, Nigerian Electoral Act. Before I talk about that part, which, like I said earlier, I agree with you. First of all, we have to look at, this is a response to, I think it was One Life or
One Africa,
One
one
Africa,
love, one love.
One Love, yeah. So this basically, first of all, we have to look at how was the election conducted. I remember that day like it was yesterday. I was looking through different websites trying to find information. I finally found a website that was posting, results that INEC was announcing. And so I took that information from that website. I put it on an Excel spreadsheet. I started tallying everything up. And then I built formulas in the spreadsheet. I said, and I said, tell me whenever any of the candidates goes over 25%. So in the spreadsheet, I had the percentages and all that stuff. And within like maybe 2-3 hours before the INEC officially announced the results, which is what I believe, I don't know, because I think, based on the time difference, I think before INEC announced the final results, I was telling my chat group, I said, hey, Tinubu has won. They're like, what? What website? Where? I said, look, this is the website, pull it up. Tinubu got like at least 19, maybe 20 states. I can't remember the exact number, but he got more states than what's necessary. And he had 25% off of those states. And the people are like, well, he didn't win Abuja. He didn't win Abuja. He didn't win 25% of Abuja. This, that. I said, look, Tinubu has won. He's gotten, these many states. Obi will not get to that. And Atiku will not get to it. And this is all based on the INEC results. And they're like, well, the results, they said they were going to use BVAS and this and this and this. I said, did they use BVAS? The people said, yeah, they used it, but a lot of the results were not correct. And I said, wait. Answer me first. Did they use it? Yes. Okay. Number one, they used it. Number two, did they upload results into that IREP website? Yeah, but sometimes they uploaded pictures of some beautiful girls. This I said, wait. I understand they uploaded pictures of beautiful girls, or some other things. But did they actually upload some of those ballot results from some local governments? Yes, they did that sometimes. Yes. I said, okay, thank you. I said, now let's go back to the, section 135 of the 2022 Nigerian Electoral Act. It says, no court will invalidate, and I'm not reading it right now, but I'm going to paraphrase. The court will not invalidate the results if INEC conducted an election that is substantially in the form expected by the Electoral Act. What does the Electoral Act say? The Electoral Act says, hey, have free and fair elections. Then he talks about ballots. He talks about INEC. He talks about, the IREPT. He talks about the cards, your voting cards and everything. So INEC did all of these things. They tried. So what does INEC have to prove in court? All they have to prove in court is that they tried. Can anyone say INEC did not try? No, they did. so what at the end of the day, what's going to happen? They've won. Like Tinubu has won. The courts are not going to cancel the results. The courts, a lot of times people, like I said early on when I first started this conversation, I talked about Nigeria is a very religious country. People think that their religion, whether it be Christianity, the Muslim religion, or if you're neither of those and you're a traditional believer, a lot of times people think that the laws within their religion are similar to the laws of the land, when in fact it's not. So what's at play here are the laws of the land, and the laws of the land say something. Whether it makes sense or not, the laws of the land say something. I don't think these laws make sense. But guess what? I don't have the power to do anything about it.
I think they need a reform. What's it called? They need an amendment.
Yes.
Because
yes,
the Constitution, well, it needs to be like straightforward. All this and this, this technicalities, no.
Absolutely. And and then with the 25% Abuja thing that everybody's clamoring for, Abuja, I said, look, a lot of people don't understand that there's laws of precedence. So I went and I looked in the past, and apparently there was actually a precedent set back in like 2005, 2006. I can't remember the year, where I believe it was either Atiku or Buhari. No, it was Obasanjo versus Buhari, I believe. That's what it was. If you guys look it up, it's on Google. There was some argument about Abuja and how Abuja was being treated. And in that particular case, it turns out that Abuja was kind of treated like another state. So guess what? That 36 states and the FCT actually means 37 states. So a lot of times people don't realize there's this precedent that exists. And what baffles me is that the lawyers, well, I think maybe the lawyers know, and they're trying to create a new precedent, which happens. It happened in America either last year or 2 years ago with abortion. It happens, for 50 years, America said abortion is legal. The federal government of America said abortion is legal. Then all of a sudden, last year, 2 years ago, the Supreme Court says, you know what? This is none of our business to begin with. Let the states handle this on their own. So now state by state, decides whether abortion is legal or not in America. And so this precedent that you have regarding how Abuja is treated currently says Abuja is just like another state. Now, I believe they're trying to make an argument for, okay, Abuja should not be treated like another state, blah, 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 blah. But then if you don't treat, and this is what I want people to think about. If you don't treat Abuja just like another state, what kind of message are you sending to the rest of Nigeria?
John, I hear you. I hear everything that you're saying, and plus the argument, plus Abuja not included or included. But I reject it all. You know what? Agbado is not going to be. That 29th no go happen for her. No, because I no get power of my own. Me, I no get power. Na here I dey. But you see that 29, na dream, na that man go take see am. It will not happen. We cannot continue like this. I don't understand. We cannot. Yes, the laws are horrible, and it was intentional that they came up with laws like that to validate their criminality. I get it. Yeah, So the laws are terrible and back them up. So they've decided, okay, maybe they want to make Abuja another state. All that one no concern us anymore. You see the way Nigeria, the trajectory wey Nigeria dey right now, e cannot continue like this. It just cannot. Nigeria is sinking. E don already, wetin I even dey talk, e don sink already. Na ground of ocean e dey. We are just trying to bring it up with plenty of ropes, strong ropes. We are trying to bring the ship back up so that it can sail, so that we can get it to land, to land, so that we can fix whatever it is that needs fixing. So all this justification of, oh, the ex-president, the law, na nonsense as far as I'm concerned. We need to make sure we cannot, I don't know, we cannot continue. It does not make any sense. It does
John,
not make any sense at all. We've been pushed to over the cliff, not even wall again. We don't pass cliff. We don't dey fall. We don't even enter the ocean. They are about to drag the thing. We can't. It cannot happen. I
It
don't
has
care
happened
how
though.
much you justify
It
the
don't
laws.
happen.
It cannot happen. It will not happen. We can't. As
It
a
don't already
people,
happen.
no. No, it hasn't happened. It hasn't. So it's up to you and I to decide how the trajectory of Nigeria, this new Nigeria, is going to be. That's all and Nigeria when you dey talk. So I reject all of
so
them.
John, how do you also interpret where it says end FCT? How do does that
E don
mean
already tell
FCT is
you
not
how e take
required?
interpret am
No,
na.
no.
E
So
don tell
I'm
you say
telling you,
incident dey,
yeah,
say
there's
dem
a person.
say dem consider am as another state. That
No,
means Abuja na
you
37
cannot
state.
consider it another state. That's not what
What
the
kind of,
constitution
Wait,
says.
wait,
abeg, I
wait,
no
wait.
wan hear that analogy. My body don dey pepper me as I dey hear am, abeg.
No, wait, 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 wait.
Omo,
You
we
see,
no
one love.
love fight for this life o, because I ready to fight
Then
with John o.
if it is
Ah,
another state, why did they make it the FCT? What's
No,
the change?
exactly.
so
Nonsense.
see, but you see, the thing is, you got to understand these laws, the way laws are written, and the way Nigeria, because a lot of times people don't understand how Nigeria arrived to where it is. Nigeria started off with the British government style system, right, where you have the prime minister, and then you have your ceremonial president. Somewhere along the line, Nigeria decided that we're going to do away with some of this British system, and then we're going to have the American style republic, hence the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So now we actually have a president that is no longer a ceremonial president, and they come up and they create all these laws. Now, how do I interpret this 25%? In the United States, you have 50 states and the District of Columbia. The District of Columbia is where you have the White House. It's where you have, pretty much it's called the seat of government in Nigeria. And for years, over 100 years, the people that live within the District of Columbia have fought to have a voice in the presidential elections of the United States. And they do not. Essentially, when you live in DC, essentially, you are not really you're being represented, but you're not like, you do vote. People in DC vote for the government, for the president. And guess what? DC is not considered a state, but it's pretty much treated like just another state. And that's the whole idea. Because if you go to Nigeria now and say, okay, all these 36 states will count your vote as one. Each person, one vote. But Abuja, your vote is special. Do you know, and I see J.O.'s comment, the Constitution is not clear. It's not as clear as you think it is. And once again, I remember I said earlier, there's three things. First, you got to know the law. Second, you got to read it. And third, you have to have the right interpretation of the law.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
But you're comparing.
If
Can I
the
speak for a minute,
Constitution
please?
was clear, the end Abuja 25% or whatsoever, it should be easily interpreted.
It is easy.
If it's not complicated, it shouldn't be in court. But
No,
because
no.
it's complicated, that's why it's in court.
No, it's not
For me,
complete.
what I'm thinking is like, the and, either it's supposed to be in quotation mark or something. So it will be like this and mean it's mandatory. You must have this. But if it's just like A and D, all the Antonyms, they're going to interpret it their own ways.
No,
The
but
whole thing is differently.
the problem is they couldn't and I can understand whoever wrote it, or I blame them for not writing it clearly. But one thing that I can do is I can empathize with whoever wrote it, because they most likely did not foresee something like this happening, number one. And then number two, they did not think of the situation that people would see things differently. In their mind, they saw this as, we're going to list everybody within Nigeria as voting and having equal rights. And if they only listed the 36 states of Nigeria, guess what? People in Abuja will say, don't we have right to vote for president? So they thought, okay, yeah, obviously people in Abuja have the right. So we have to say, and Abuja. So this was something, in their opinion, most likely they thought it was innocuous. They said, and 20, because they couldn't say the 37 states of Nigeria. They could not say that. All they could say is the 36 states of Nigeria and the FCT, because people in the FCT are voting too. They couldn't say 36 states of Nigeria or FCT.
So isn't that a requirement?
No, because if they say or FCT, now people will think, all you need to win is Abuja, and then you become president.
No. When you look at operation, the word and all
I
are two
understand.
different things. When you say and, it's not either or.
Yeah.
It's a probability. When you're doing probability, when you say and, you cannot omit one and leave one another.
See, one love. What John is saying is that the way they wrote the Constitution and all those sections they wrote, it was intentional. They modeled it supposedly after the British Constitution, whatever, right? Now, those laws that they wrote in is intentional. So they are intentionally making you feel like, yes, there's an and that separates the other states from FCT. It's all, let me tell you, it's all a script. Let's just call it what it is. Having said that, with everything that John has said, I get it. But the question now is, what are you, me, everybody in the comment section going to do about it? Do we want to move forward like this? Or are we going to should we just fold our hand when we clearly see that the Constitution, people have been shouting, the Constitution is a fraud, okay? Are we going to fold our hand and let it continue on? That's the cocoa of the question. Or are we just going to pretend and just accept this fraud, this drug dealer, drug baron, and accept to be a narco state? Just because we want peace to reign? Is that what we are saying? Because me, I not follow on that one. No. Left to me, the country really, literally, you need to calm down. Make we start afresh. We cannot continue like this. My own tribe is not mentioned in the Constitution. As far as the Constitution exists, I'm invisible. Only 3 tribes. How does that make sense? Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo. For the longest time, every other tribe is invisible. Is that what we want? Should we work with that same constitution that is a blatant lie and error, all made up for the criminal gangs that are taking advantage of you, have taken advantage of our fathers and our fathers before them? Is that what we want? Because it's a decision that you and I have to make. I don't care what the Constitution says. I'm sorry. I do not care. If it is a lie, it is a lie. If it is fraudulent, it is fraudulent. The question is, are you going to sit down, fold your hands, and let the fraudulent constitution stand? That is the cocoa of the question. So even if John explained from here till tomorrow, till he's blue in the face, it doesn't change the fact that the constitution has to be destroyed and written all over. Because I am not
Absolutely.
basically that constitution. I don't
Yeah.
see myself in it.
I have been
And
saying
many
that for
other
long.
tribes don't.
That is the problem we have.
Yeah, the problem we have Nigeria has is that the laws of
Bro,
Nigeria.
can I say something right quick?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead,
Bro,
bro.
okay. So I agree with what everything you just stated. I agree with that. I think when they wrote the constitution, I think it was just this 2023. People think outside the box. When you say something, like everybody has the way they summarizes it. So the time they wrote that constitution, they were not thinking about all this. They were like, let's do this for this. So I think for me, I don't use the word if, but when Peter Obi takes his mandate, then I think for me that's the first job I want him to do. Let them amend the constitution and make it clear so everyone can understand. Because the constitution is complicated. So if you can do that, I think that will help greatly. You can go ahead, bro.
Exactly. That's what we need. We need someone that constitution has to be crash landed. Crash the whole thing, man. Because everybody needs to be included. And the constitution, whose mic is on? Somebody they wash clothes. I mean, a plate they wash. I bet you feel mute your mic. You understand, right? The way the constitution is written is very clear that it is criminal, even in the way it is written. It does not make room for anybody but the very few. So even you are in Nigeria, you are existing, you are not exist, your existence is not known in the constitution. It's not known. Is that not enough to have people throw their hands in the air and choose not to be a part of this fraud? It is. It's that time we're in. God forbid. People are having children every day. They are having children into a fraudulent place. That's what it means. Because your society does not even recognize your existence. That's mass madness. I don't care how they justify this. I don't care how they swing this. That 29th will not stand. Let the whole thing crash to the ground. Let it crash. We don't want it anymore. We're done. We cannot make we cannot make a fraudulent, we cannot work with a fraudulent constitution and then a drug addict and a Boko Haramist on top of that. We can't. I refuse to. God forbid.
You know, I hear it's unfortunate. You know, like I keep saying, it's very unfortunate
Unfortunate, and it's
that
going to be real. It's
yes,
not going to stand. So it's up to those who really believe in a new Nigeria and want things to change. It's up to them to stand up. We're done. This always trying to. I know, I get it. They wrote the constitution and they have ways around what they're doing, but it cannot. It stops now. We have to make up our minds that it stops here and now with us. We can't continue with a fraud. How can you build on a faulty foundation? You can't. It's not going to work. If you like have the structure, right, everything, vision, it will collapse. We're literally watching it it's already collapsed. What am I talking about? It don't already, we don't see the thing. We don't even see again. It's so that deep into the ocean. With binoculars, you know, fishing. You need a diver, an expert scuba diver to go and locate where Nigeria is in the ocean. That's what it is right now. We can't. All this constitution, when they twist up and down, they don't turn English language to language when we never hear before. Use and is extreme. D is from Mars. N is from Pluto. A is from Jupiter. So Jupiter A represent. What kind of madness is that? Are we not tired?
That's the
People are
technicality they
suffering
be
in
telling me
Nigeria.
about.
People are not living like human beings again. Kilo day, and we are here folding our hands with the speak. I'm tired of speaking English. Egbe woman. Ah,
You see,
beg.
some of us, the people that own the English language, they're not making difficult for themselves. But some of us that learning the language, we're making it hard for ourselves.
Honestly, when you hear Nigerian lawyers speak, you will just think about what's wrong with black people. They speak as if they want to make sure you don't even understand what they are saying. It's
And
just
that's
pure
the goal.
nonsense.
That's the goal. The goal is to make sure you don't understand what they're saying so they can make up anything and get away with it. That's
They
the goal.
intentionally
It's
make it
intentional.
vague. They make it vague so that they can unscrew, they can twist it and
All,
turn it
all,
however they
all,
want.
all the court proceedings that I watched in the US, I've never seen an attorney here speaking as if he's speaking Spanish or French or
Yeah, you
whatever
see,
they
the
are
thing
speaking.
is, yeah,
And it's a borrowed language. You're not be saying that they get the English show. Now teach
What
the
I say,
teach
what
them.
are
You
these
when
people
they see
even
that they
talking about?
carry they hang up like a peacock. This they'll come raise hand up. They speak English when not the dictionary.
you
Hit
know,
that toss.
the laws in the United States actually require that the laws be written in plain English, unless you require like a complex word. Which, if you have a complex word in there, there's always a section, there's always a paragraph of that law called definitions, and within that paragraph, you would define all those complex words that you use. And so the laws in America require that plain English and that plain way mode of speaking so that the common person, the common, not even high school graduate, the common elementary school person will understand most of the things
Person
that you
wey
say.
no go school, an
Yep.
educated person will be able
Yes.
to read it and understand.
Yes. And not educated. When I say educated, like maximum primary 6
Exactly.
should be able to read and understand most of it. Maybe not all of it, but most of it. That's how it's supposed to work.
Yeah, 7th grade.
Yeah, the laws are not written for anybody that didn't go to school at all. If you didn't go to school at all, unfortunately, it's not for you. You need to find somebody to help you. But if you at least went to primary 6, you should be able to read and understand most of the laws. And that's how the laws in Nigeria should be written. So I mean, it's very unfortunate what's happening. I kind of read Tinubu's, I think it was 1993, I was in 1989 case in Chicago. I read it all, and I was like, wow, this is incredible. And this man is about to become, basically, this man is the president-elect and
He's not. He point of correction there. INEC elect. Please. Let's not make that mistake.
I
Because
need select.
God forbid. Now INEC select am, not
Select.
president. Please. President select of INEC. Please put that one inside.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens, but
So,
it's very unfortunate.
are you guys optimistic about Friday? You guys think
I no get any hope in the judiciary. I
something
know.
gonna be done? Are they gonna move like one step further, or is it
I
still
am
gonna
not.
be the
Simple answer.
postponement, adjournment, or whatever it
One
is?
Africa, you dey hear me? Are you
Yes,
hearing me?
ma'am.
Okay. I am not optimistic. I have no trust in the judiciary. I have zero hope in the judiciary. They have corn in their pocket, because if they don't, there's no need for them. There's no reason for them to be adjourning. The case is almost simple, Jew. It's very simple. The agbado is not showing up. The person wey get matter, when he say go to court, e no dey show up. We file case, we don show up how many times, e no dey come court. Okay, subpoena the bagger so that he go come talk wetin make he come use him mouth take talk bala blue, make we hear. No, you no want. Okay, televise this thing, make we see am. No, you no want televise am. I've never had any hope in the judiciary, to be honest. Left to me, they should carry all those their wigs and gowns and burn the thing. That's make it turn to ashes. If they not see Ankara well, make they go sit down. That's on another different note. No, forget that one first. But basically, I don't have any trust in them. So I am standing on the fact that it's time for action. We cannot afford. You know, now people when they born every day, I mean they're sorry for. The ones when they get children, I mean they're sorry for. Because there's no future for any child in Nigeria. There is none. Apart from turn there to house boy, the ones when they want to sell, they go sell. The ones when they go buy for when they cross ocean, they run, enter country where it makes sense past Nigeria, there plenty. People they born every day. Now that one they pay me for inside. Nothing else. Nothing else. Because we cannot continue like this. Is madness. You go see people when they suppose get education according to them. English language now their first language. They go they carry hand up like a fowl or like pride. But no sense to think about other people. Think about your children. You see a grandfather, he wants to enjoy the life of his children, join his grandchildren, plus the ones yet unborn. He wants to enjoy the wealth in his own generation. Make that make sense. And we are here speaking English. We need to be doing something. As far as I'm concerned, that Friday is like the final mark. If they not make decision, make the whole thing crash land. Make everybody go park their car for airport, park her for third mainland, park her for every major street for Nigeria. Nobody they go anywhere. Me all the house boys and house girls say no more work. Me everybody shut down. All the corporate officers, me they say they know they go work again until Nigeria fix. Nothing is working in that country. Everything, nothing. No light, no water, no health. You know how many people they buy for Nigeria every day? You know how many people, small sickness like this, small, chinkele, they go hospital, then they come back. Small teeth, when they remove for here, like, you know, they take 2 seconds. They don't remove and sharp, clean everything. You do it for Nigeria, there's a chance that the person will not come back. And we go keep quiet, they look at like that. To hell with everybody that is trying to justify this mess. To hell with them. Nigeria now the time to fix am be this. You see that one wey they do native doctor for court. Now prelude to wetin go happen for Nigeria. That Friday is the deadline. May e no move past Friday. If they adjourn this case again, forget it. Because these people know what they're doing. They're playing a script. That's what they're doing. They want to do what they did on the 25th of February. That's what they want to do when they woke up at 4 a.m. and were declaring themselves. That's what they want to do. I don't care what kind of bloody constitution did what they needed to do or sanctioned what they did. We, the people, that's where it lies. It's not 3 people. Nigeria is more than 3 tribes, for goodness sake. Are we joking? They speak English every day. They speak English when e not done. People they even they get the language, they speak and reach us. Now we know and pass. BB dictionary. They throw all the titles out there. Nothing what we fit do for our societies. We dey here. When I dey vex for women, that they say, women, stop to dey kerewa your husbands. Make they go provide security for now. Everybody will say this girl is crazy. But it's a fact. You born no good hospital. What is the point? What is the purpose in it?
A doctor in Nigeria will tell you go and seek blood first.
Nothing. You go give birth. The chances are that you're not going to come back alive. What kind of madness is that? And we want to carry on like that? God forbid. I'm not going to be a part of that madness. Ha!
Hey, Omoye, can you drop the link in the comment section? Someone wants to join. I think they just came. Thank you.
It's getting too much. Every day we're here. Every time. A country so blessed immensely. Every corner of Nigeria, there's nowhere that's not blessed. Everywhere, literally, is dripping with diamonds and gold and every kind of resource you can think about. We are here kidding ourselves. We ought to be fixing our countries. That's what we need to be doing. I don't care what the Constitution says. To hell with that sham of a Constitution. Obi for Naija, welcome. Can you hear me? Obi for Naija. Abi? Obi
Yeah.
Okay. I hear you.
Good evening, people.
Good evening. Welcome to the show.
Greetings. Greetings.
Greetings.
Hope everyone is doing okay.
Yes. Give us our man.
This guy not Tinubu. You see where you go
Give
take
us
this
our
guy
mandate.
Please, no, don't, please, no, please take that
Give
back.
us our mandate. Give us our
Whoever
mandate.
see these guys, so please take that back, please. Please, with due respect, sir.
You are
Please
not.
don't.
You are not. You are not. Of
Don't,
course, you are
please
not.
don't. That guy, don't ever associate me with that guy, please.
I better not make mandate. I better not make our brother.
I take it back. I got the wonder whether it be
Never, please.
No, I better not make. Give us our mandate first. So I beg.
Tunumbuke.
God
Let's say you know the family. No, never. He's from Southwest. I'm from Southwest. But like, he claim he's from Southwest because I'm not sure he's from Southwest. He's so Tinubu long. You see what they did to his surrogate today? How they dealt with him. Nigerians.
That was my entertainment relief for this afternoon when I was at work. I'm not even gonna lie to you, bro. I almost died. I almost laughed out of my chair, bro. Like, I'm not playing, bro. That when I saw that shit, they were dragging him with his agbada. My goodness, that made my day. I actually cried of laughter. The shit was so funny, bro. God bless all those people. And to the person that removed his hat and hit him, God will bless that man.
You know, in Southwest we have. Go ahead, sir.
I took note of from his press conference. He mentioned something. Then I went to Siphony's. I was looking at it from Siphony's YouTube page. He said, I went to the court for the lawyers to brief me. But the other day, he stated,
the brief person.
Thank you. I gave the Anthonys, I gave them 48 hours to come and brief me about everything that has been happening. So, Matono, how are you going to call for a briefing if you are the so-called
they don't have brain? Is it the court? Is that the court that they will brief you? The lawyer that wants to do his job will pause and come out. You see, when you have Babalawo that didn't go to school, this is what happens. The man doesn't know his left from his right. Like, look at that. They were tossing him around like a yo-yo. A grandfather. His family should be ashamed. His children, they should be ashamed of that last name. They really should. It's embarrassing.
I think in our culture, we have greetings. We have greetings for everything. If you sit, they say "Eku Joko." If you stand, "Eku Dudiro." If you walk, they say "Eku Yunio." Today, for Aba is "Eku Nino." "Eku Nina." That means happy beating for Aba. At 78, I wish you can play Akin Oshitokun's interview with Charles and then
his interview on Arise. That was funny
too. Earlier.
Yeah, I mean,
you called him a
it's not even about the names I called him. You can see the man with dignity.
I'm telling you, the way he dished it out. Oh my God, that was
it's not even for me. It's not even about what he said. It's about how he carried himself.
Oh my God.
Then talk say that man never enter plane for in life, except from when this election finished. Now the first time when that man go enter plane, and the first time when he go sleep for Sheraton, like him and that Arab Bambi of a guy, like they hungry men. These are people that, if not for this election, they will not be eating. Right, people that used to sleep in the Labour Party secretariat, now they're sleeping in Sheraton.
He mentioned it's been a party. It's been a card holder for LP for 21 years. Why are you going to put that in the trash? Why? You don't think
the man is hungry? Have you seen? Does that person look like somebody that's eating? He's hungry.
I thought he should be looking at the bigger picture, because if PO takes office, Well, it might get somewhere that they can
Come on,
No,
attach him.
it will not look at
Nigeria.
the
This
because
is
it will
Nigeria.
not look at bigger picture, because one thing is as it is now in Nigeria, everybody is on a catch and carry basis. Who pays
Point
more.
and kill.
Yeah, so now
That's the economy. Point and kill.
even allegedly, they said the Chief Justice Ariwola, allegedly, that I saw even on Twitter, that he has received $250 million from
No.
Tunu using a name called Falomo, and that money is already in Swiss accounts. So, I mean, all the money that Tunumbu has, and then from all that we've seen, is Guinea Conakry passport and his drug dealings. I want to be sure that those money that Tunumbu that he said he has are not money from legitimate business and even being ex-governor, because you cannot be dishing out money in dollars and say even though let's assume that he gets pension from Lagos State. You think all of them, those money can amount to everything that he has spent plus having a private jet? I want to be sure that Tinubu is highly involved in narcotic and drug dealing, even after being arrested, after being convicted in the United States. He kept on after he left the United States and then went back to Nigeria. Even as a sitting governor, he kept on doing that thing, and he's still doing it up until now. Because okay, imagine his son writing $11 million check to buy a house. He's paying people in millions of dollars. You think the pension they pay in Lagos can pay for all of those things? That guy is still in his drug dealing, and so that's why, honestly, I as much as I appreciate what they did to Apa today, it is not enough. They should have asked the judges, on what ground do you guys keep postponing this court case? Because after Friday you are left with 10 days. Sunday and Saturday the court is not open. That means you have technically 7 days. Is 7 days enough? That guy, whenever it is time for him to show up in court, he just checked out of the country, and nobody's been able to tell him. The judges cannot call him to order and say, "Oh, guy, if you don't show up, this is what's going to happen." And people say, pray for him that he should do good. Tunumu that ordinarily cannot think of doing good, because a man that wants to do good will not disregard the court. You want to be a president and you are disregarding the court, and you're saying pray for him to do good. On what ground? Tinubu has never been known for good. All of the charade that you see today in Labour Party, all of those things that happen with this guy called Abba Babalawo, is it not because of Tinubu? And they are saying pray for him to pray for who to do good. And so the judges, I think the judges also have been compromised. Even the tribunal judges, they have been compromised, because today should have been the last time. I mean, they should have declared something today, and you have the infantry to postpone again. And like I said on several other platforms, obedience. Begin to think of your plan B, like you did to APA. Begin to think of plan B. International, we in diaspora, we are ready. We are ready. We are ready. Someone like me, I am ready. So obedient all over the world. Begin to think of plan B. Take out 29 out of your memory. Remove 29. But for this year's calendar for Nigeria inauguration, delete 29. We can have from 1 to 28, 29, jump and pass. 30 at the first, 29, jump 29 pass, like as if it does not exist. Because this is the highest level of impunity. One man holding the whole country at ransom. Someone that was selected by INEC. They want. And so, what example is he leaving for his followers? The ones that are saying Tinubu won the election. What is he afraid of? If you really won the election, you should be the first person that will if they say court is 9 a.m., you will be there at 7 a.m. because you have all of the evidence that you won the election. But because they don't have no evidence, he has nothing to prove. He's afraid of. He's afraid. I think I saw it on news that Tinubu is saying that they should not televise the tribunal hearing.
That's coward.
That's foolishness. And people
Yeah,
are
I
saying
saw
to
that.
pray for him to do
Even
good.
INEC is also pushing for it.
Which man to which who want to Tinubu do good? Tinubu that say that went to Shetama and say election is not power is not Sabalakat. Tinubu man, I don't know, but I think obedience delete 29 from this year's calendar for Nigeria. Begin to think of plan B. Inauguration must not hold. Never. This is a broad day robbery. I think they said Amazon also is saying that they will come and testify in Nigeria. This is the highest level of impunity. If this guy gets there, he's going to rule Nigeria like a king. Obedience, please start thinking of plan B. Our principal said it. If they come by air, we are there. If they come by sea, we are there. Shea Apa came by land today. They showed him.
And he get woto.
No, he get past woto. He get past woto. So my people, that's my own submission. I think obedience should begin to plan for be obedient to begin to plan for plan B, because like these judges, they said they won't be technicality, but this that they are doing is part of technicality.
But it's more than technicality.
Exactly.
It's
Thank
more
you.
than.
So I don't know. Thank you so much, Omoye, for all that you do. I appreciate you and all of the panelists. Thank you, everyone. And my brother, please don't misunderstand me for saying that. Take it back. It's just that Tunumbu is not somebody that you cannot
No,
you cannot
I
please don't be
totally
please.
understand. I totally understand you, my brother.
With all humbleness, sir. Please. Thank
I
you.
totally understand you.
Omoye, are you there?
Oh my hair slept.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm just joking.
Yeah.
In fact,
I'm here. Oh, sorry, Jare. My mute, my mouse. They do me. They do me. See me now. Don't
Now
see
the
me.
excitement
See
of
me
our
now.
partner with that now.
Oh my
Oh,
God,
God.
Juliet, you're about to say something. Go
yeah.
ahead.
Yeah, give us our mandate. I know we haven't met or you haven't heard me speak, but a few occasions I listened to something Niger. I always hear your voice.
Okay.
Yeah, I totally agree with what you're saying. In fact, every well-meaning Nigeria should be really scared. You know what I just read on Twitter right now? Someone just discovered that this Bobo Chicago, the almighty Abado, stole Donald Duke's picture during his campaign.
Oh.
Donald Duke
Yeah.
is the former governor of Cross River
Cross
State.
River
You
State.
know,
Yeah.
he has
Yeah.
this
Yeah.
fine facial
Yes.
look.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't just end there. Someone just realized this evening that, this guy from Anambra State, Ebuka, in Lagos, that usually hosts Big Brother Niger. He has a handsome, fine, facial look. It was just discovered that Abado equally stole this guy's picture during his campaign. So someone identified that there is no way Abado has these fine fingers or whatever, from the picture. So they looked inward and discovered that they chopped off, from the, using computer, whatever to do it. They removed the entire head of Ebuka and placed Abado's head. Then
Babala.
every other thing, the body and every other thing was Ebuka's, body.
Hmm.
So someone just discovered that, from the fingers of Abado on that campaign picture, wearing this Igbo regalia, the red hat and this ishag, like lion's head material and all that. And that was exactly what Ebuka wore during one of the time he hosted the Big Brother Niger. So what am I saying here? If all these tiny, tiny little things, this guy could go as far as doing all this, is it the person we can entrust the entire Nigeria to uphold, to hold for us? We need to stand up. We need to do something. To be candid with you guys, it's really scary. It is. So that's all.
It
That's
is,
all I have to
see,
say there.
God forbid, it is Boka. Like all the men, all the women should go and be buying Bokas. And all those people that have children between a six and 12 and 13, just be preparing them for marriage. That's what it is. Because they'll be marrying them off. You people have no idea what these
That
people
one
are.
is even good. That one,
Hey!
to an extent, even though it's not something you want to do, you know what it means to have to be selling white powder on the streets of a country. That means people can sit on, how those days we used to have those drainage, and then very clean drainage, and people can just in the night, maybe there's no light, and then they're outside seeing moon, and then telling stories. People will just sit on the street, or on the street of Lagos, or on the street in Nigeria, and they'll be transacting white powder. That's how it's gonna be.
It's scary.
People like even these elders that are crying, that are fighting. Tunumbu is Kinikon. Tunumbu is. They should be scared about their own lives. They should be scared. This Harper should have been one man that should have said, why will I do this wickedness against my generation? Because obviously he should be a great grandfather now.
Somebody that opened his mouth to be cursing a child that is old enough to be his great grandchild.
Man.
That one is not a human being anymore. These are people who eat their seed. Do you know how dangerous that is?
Exactly.
People who eat
Exactly.
their seed. That's what we're
Exactly.
dealing with. They don't
And
care.
so many
They
of
are
them like
they
that
are
in
ready.
Nigeria.
Yeah, they're ready to sacrifice their own. They don't care. They want that money and that power and that influence in their own time. So they will collect everything that should have gone to maybe 4 generations or 5. They want it all now. Those are the kind of people we're dealing with, and you want us to be quiet and just oh yeah, the constitution allows it. To hell with the constitution. The constitution, they put they light constitution up. They go just light am up. You see, born to arches, we start all over again. This is madness, where a more than over 500 tribes is invisible in Nigeria. That is madness to me. Madness.
Man.
People dey talk say wetin we go do, I don talk am. Everybody should be ready on the street. I don't know how else to say it. If they want to continue to suffer like this, I have no hand in it. God knows I have done my part. I don do pass wetin I even suppose to dey do, given the time that I have. I'm sacrificing this time. I'm more concerned about those children wey dem dey born now. Till today, people dey born like rabbit for Nigeria. The ones wey dem dey sell for border dey sell for border. The ones wey dem don kpai for ocean trying to cross over, na im many pass. Are we joking? If we don't take it back, then when? If we don't fight for what is ours now, then when? Nobody but us can save ourselves. Who are they? Na blood. After all the cultism wey dem think say dem dey, all the blood oath wey dem don take, everything, if you cut person hand with pin, if you prick am, blood go come out to tell you say na human being after all. So what are we doing? What are we talking about?
Baba Daddy don already indirectly tell us
Ha.
This Mr. Goro done indirectly,
Exactly.
you
You don't
don't
really talk
mention him.
am.
I think our people are very scared. I don't
They
know.
are not
Maybe.
scared. Don't put that word out there. They are not scared. Our people are ready to take over.
So
Look at what they did to
how are we
Babalawo
gonna
today.
let them, bring them together to know that this is the time to
When
act?
it will happen, it will happen. It will be organic. You don't expect them to come out and say, by the way, we are going to do this now. We are structuring to go this
Okay,
way now.
let's wait till Friday and see what the court says again. Then
It's
I
gotta
think at that
be
point,
because
then we will, state it categorically. We need to do this. Enough should be
honestly,
enough.
because it cannot continue. Guess who's suffering? The children today, people that have been born. Me, as I grow rich for Nigeria, I'll never enjoy Nigeria one day. Nothing good. Apart from the parents when I get nothing good for Nigeria when I enjoy. Are you kidding me?
And
When you
it
have
gets
grand
worse by the day, by
by the
every
day,
minute.
and you have great. I met somebody's grandmother here telling me that the woman is in her 90s. Now Nigeria na sponsor her education to PhD level. Are you kidding me? Pay for accommodation, gave her pocket money on top. And look at me here, I have to struggle for every dime. Are you kidding me? It is tiring. I wouldn't want any child to go through that. It is ridiculous.
It is.
Are we kidding ourselves? To hell with the Constitution. Does the Constitution know my name? Does it know where I come from? It does not even acknowledge me. We have over 500 tribes that's not acknowledged. We have a constitution that they intentionally make it very vague so that they can twist it and turn it however they want. What kind of life is that? What kind of human beings? You have elders that are eating their seeds. They no dey even let the thing germinate. E no dey even reach to harvest. They go pluck am, they go chop am.
It's crazy. It's
Ha!
madness.
Tufi akwa.
The other guy that was speaking earlier, I don't know how long ago he left Nigeria. I totally agree with what he's saying, but why we are fighting is that we need to get this, the right person at the top for anything to align. That is just the truth. I come from Imo State. This past election, they just concluded election. I heard that the useless Hope Uzodinma that is there during the State House of Assembly election, you can imagine, people went out to vote. They made sure, like, I can categorically state that no local government in that state voted for APC. But you know what happened at the end of the day? During collation or whatever, this useless governor used the army tanks and paraded everywhere with the help of the state police or whatever. At that point, what would you want people to do? Out of 27 local governments in Imo State, how can it be possible the next day they heard what APC won the entire 27 local governments? So what are we talking about? What would you want people to do? They went out to vote. They made sure they voted out APC. But it turned out that, the state governor did what he wanted to do. For the
Yeah,
past 10 years, there has never been anything like local governments in that state.
not only
So,
your state, it's almost everywhere.
exactly.
I want to touch on two videos before we end this show, before we continue talking. So this is the one where the OB attorneys. I'm sure most of you have seen it though, but I will just play it. It's just 4 minutes and 57 minutes seconds long, and then I want to play the one where this Akpabio guy met LP, so we can just sorry.
Clearly advised you and so tell us, you said you want to push the ball as to the amount that was asked to get by. Can you shed more light on that, please?
Please. What I was trying to say is that being the amount that was being demanded, I don't want to be pushed to the wall, but let me put it this way, that the amount is far from being legit. So I believe I've said it all. But what is important is that now that INEC has a lead counsel, I believe that something good may come out of a chat that I'm supposed to have with him today. Because until now, if you ask me, and I say it with every degree of emphasis, that INEC sees itself as a candidate in an election that it conducted. I say it with every degree of emphasis, going by the conduct of INEC, and that is true. Now, you would have noticed, for those of you who were in court, that no other party is complaining about not getting any documents. You should ask the question, why is it so? Because they have been provided with documents, except the petitioners, who have not been provided with the required documents. And I keep on saying, what is INEC umpire hiding? What is he hiding? What is he hiding? I don't know. Maybe you, as gentlemen of the press, may interrogate them to find out why INEC should not be neutral. They are supposed to be neutral. That's the way it is all over the world, including African countries. It's only in Nigeria that the electoral umpire behaves as if it is a candidate in its own election. I don't think this will continue and should not continue.
The other question. By Friday, these issues of documents that were not yet served by INEC or documents not received from INEC from the result.
Well, I want to give them the benefit of the doubt. I don't want to be pessimistic. But if we don't, there are other options. There are other options.
What mission have they served on? And what mission did they say they have served?
You say what?
The motion they said they have served on the petition that they need to plan. What is it?
Okay. Okay. What?
Wait a minute, please. Wait.
The motion they filed is asking that some paragraphs of the petition be struck out. Serve this morning in court, and we will reply accordingly, provide a very, very robust defense. The allegation is misplaced.
The last one, please.
Application on? Oh yes. That one probably should be among the applications to be had on Friday. But surprisingly, again, I believe it will surprise you, that INEC is objecting. A public institution that is being funded by the government, representing the people, is saying they don't want the people to enjoy live streaming. Are you not surprised? Again, you ask yourself, what are they hiding? What are they hiding? What are they hiding? I don't know.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Well done.
Two. Right. Share this one.
It's here. This visit for appreciation and also to solicit their support in this on this movement. And why we primarily came to thank you is because out of the 69 signatures that we have members of your party. Even though not all, even if you have one, you should come and thank my father for giving you one of his sons. Maybe one of that son will bring others. Will bring all the others. Amen. Besides, we have more than one son. And if I have daughter on our team. So if you have one daughter, one and two sons. And two sons. So we thank you very much.
Let me thank DG and commend the ingenuity of, by God's special grace, the incoming President of Senate and the Deputy President of Senate, and all our colleagues who thought it wise to come and pay you this visit. For me, it's quite unique, and it shows that our democracy is developing and growing beyond party affiliations. First is to join him to thank you very much, because you have the capacity to say, no, we've not decided, but you've allowed them to freely choose, quite majority of them. And I believe strongly that democracy that is developing to a point that will begin to put the nation first ahead of any other consideration.
Mr. Chairman, in our pre-inauguration engagements, which is prelude to our inauguration, we've been engaging and interacting with the senators elect for your party in the best harmonious fashion and good sense of brotherhood. Mr. Chairman, we've seen in them the zeal to form partnership, to forge partnership with all of us, an effort to hit the ground running after inauguration. This is the reason why we have decided to come here, to show our appreciation in the manner that your senators elect have been working with us, forming, engaging a partnership that we know is in tandem with our overall interest of bringing prosperity to this country. We said, look, from what you are saying, there's a need for us to come here to commend you for producing these excellent people as senators elect. Despite the difference in our party, the fact that we don't belong to the same party, but we have one common goal: bringing stability to this country.
Well, they say the toad does not cross the road in the daytime for nothing. Something must be pursuing you. And as far as I'm concerned, with the differences in political parties between the APC and the Labour Party, somebody will wonder, what is Akpabio doing here? What is this group doing here? The reality is that the Labour Party is composed of Nigerians and APC is composed of Nigerians. And as far as we are concerned, all of us must think Nigeria. If we don't think Nigeria, then there's no future for our children. Where I come from, in my community, when a child is born, they say the child is born to the community, not to the parents. So that child is meant to serve that community. So today, the Labour Party has produced a few senators for the 10th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And you produce them not to save Labour Party, but to save Nigeria. That is why I'm very proud that many of them already belong to the stability group to stabilize the polity, stabilize the 10th Senate, and at the same time save Nigeria. So we came to tell the father, thank you for producing these kind of good children. Am I right or wrong? And for those that have not yet joined us, we urge you to make sure that they join us soonest so that we can stabilize the nation, stabilize the polity, and move the nation forward. And I know sometimes they say what is morally right may not be politically expedient. And what is politically expedient may not be morally right.
You lie.
I would have loved to use this platform to call on all the political parties that contested the 2023 elections to sheath their swords and come together and line up behind Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, our president-elect, in order to give leadership to Nigeria in a very fragile situation like this, so that we can stabilize the polity and also bring development to Nigeria. We have so many issues. We have problems in the country. We can only do so by being together. They said, united we stand, and divided we fall. So I want to urge the Labour Party, because I believe that you went into this election as a result of your love for Nigeria. So come together and join us so that we can build a very united and vibrant nation. On this note, I thank you for your support for us in the 10th Senate.
Jokers, idiots.
And I don't want to belabor the issue because I'm talking to Labour. so I thank you so much for this opportunity of receiving us. Thank you, and God bless you all.
I want to specially congratulate you on your election and re-election. I say election because some are coming for the first time and some of you are re-elected. I congratulate you for this feat because I know that it wasn't an easy journey. And for you to earn the confidence of your people to be elected and re-elected is worth congratulating you. I also want to appreciate you for coming to pay us this visit. It is actually uncommon for political parties in power or a political party in power to take note of others and pay a visit. It's an indication that our democracy is growing. It's an indication that the political atmosphere is gradually crystallizing into a situation where we put the country first before partisan interest. I want to say very clearly that in most of our engagements with our senators, the three of them with you have not made pretenses that this is where they want to be. And in our usual way, we didn't actually want to be dictating to them where they should go. We initially thought of it, but as events unfold, we felt that we should give the leverage at this point and watch the political events and then see how the issues will play out. And I want to commend Right Honorable Darlington until he's sworn in as senator. My own senator representing my state, Neda Imaswen. Ireti Kigibe is not here now, but she has also whispered to me where she wants to be. And Eze1, others. So I appreciate all of you. And for us in Labour Party, we believe in the unity of the country. We believe that the country deserves better leadership. We also believe that we need a dynamic Senate and a dynamic House of Representatives. Because without having a vibrant National Assembly that can truly be a check on the executive, what you have is absolute power. And absolute power corrupts absolutely. And I want to say clearly, without sounding immodest, that probably that's why we had a lot of challenges with the past Senate. I'm hoping and believing that this Senate will be able to be a departure from the previous one, so that we can truly represent the people and stand by the people. After all, what is democracy? Democracy is government by the people, for the people, and by the people. And that's why for us in Labour Party, we believe that every government policy, in your legislative business, in your thinking as those who represent the people must be the focal points. The people must be the reference points. That every government policy must be such that we affect and enhance the welfare of the people. And if we say this, it's not far-fetched from the thinking of our founding fathers. If you look at the Constitution of Nigeria, the Chapter 2 is very clear that welfare and security of the people shall be the principal purpose of government. And they went for that to even admonish that the national economy should be managed in such a way as to give maximum benefits to the people. So that shows that the people should be the focal point. And therefore, my appeal here is that in our legislative business, we should put the people first. Because we appreciate that our people are suffering. The economy is harsh to our people. I want to say clearly that the vast majority of our people are suffering. And we expect that with the new leadership of the Senate and the House of Representatives that is to come, that we must critically look at the people. Having said all of this, we appreciate your coming. We'll continue to discuss with our senators-elect. We've given them the free hand to make their choices. But this is not to say, however, that when the time is getting closer, that we won't be able to point the direction. But I want to say clearly that you are the first to have taken the initiative to come and tell us what you want. Somebody who does not ask you for a marriage, you won't give your child to the person to be wedded. And so for now, you are the only one that have come to ask us a hand for a marriage, and we appreciate your coming. And when in-laws come to the house, you don't drive your in-laws away. So we welcome you. We appreciate you for coming. I want to quickly put on record here, just for the records, that we are in court in respect of the presidential election. And you know we are challenging the processes leading to that election. In all our campaigns, we didn't make pretenses about it. We said it clearly that we believe in the process leading to the election rather than the outcome of the election. And therefore, for us in Labour Party, you are aware that we are not comfortable with the processes leading to the election. And I want to say clearly that this is not the forum for us to engage on that. But because you have made such remark, to be unfair for me not to put the record straight. And that's why I want to say it here clearly, that the 2023 presidential election is what we are challenging. We are currently in courts in it, and we are interested in the processes leading to that election and not the outcome itself. I probably feel that I needed to put that on record before it will be carried that Labour Party is supporting Asiwaju Tinubu. No, no, no. For us, it's a no-go area for us. So I probably feel I needed to put that record straight.
Thank you.
So having said this, I want to appreciate you. I welcome you. I followed the track record of Senator Akpabio, not in the Senate, but when he was governor of Akwa Ibom State. His records are parallel. His achievements are there. And most of the people he touched his life are my friends. And so I have no doubt in his capacity to provide quality leadership. Thank you and God bless you.
Health insurance commercial, take one.
Cut. One more. I got you. Take 37.
Cut. Okay. Lórí irọ́ o, lórí irọ́.
Hey, Amore. Hey.
Yes.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You can go ahead.
Yes. So, when it started, I know you and I'll be going back in the message box, right? And I was, when the senator, when he spoke and he mentioned something around everyone should come together and support BAT and his government, his administration. I'm like, okay, is this the right place or the right time? Is that what you came to negotiate for? But I'm happy. I thought our chairman wouldn't comment on that. I thought he forgot to comment on that. It's good he made the record straight that we are in court and we don't recognize any INEC select.
Exactly.
So I want to give him kudos. I want to give him kudos for that.
Yeah.
So where is Babalao? It's the chairman, the acting chairman. If you are the acting chairman as you're claiming, if these guests are coming, they should have visited you, not the other way around.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
Babalao, no, it might be having some pains, he might be sleeping or something. He might be sick right now.
He might be crying.
Babalao said they beat him up.
They almost deleted him. That if it wasn't for the people.
Babalao, you see Africans here. See, we need to start reconsidering. As what's her name? Aisha. Yusufa, she continued to say it. I think with the young guns, I think we need to start coming into politics. We've gave those old men and ladies, we give them too much leverages. So that's why they're taking us for granted. I think it's time now for us to take the lead, to join the political arena. Because if not, this is going to continue. It's not going to stop. As we said, and you guys have continued to mention, is the establishment. Who knows who? And if we don't come to terms and tackle that, I think there's a disaster coming. It's not going to stop. It's just going to be like a reoccurrence. So I think all young guns should start thinking about it. Join the political arena.
Absolutely. I mean, that's why I'm asking everyone should join Labour Party. Honestly, in Nigeria, join Labour, be a card carrying member because we need to flood. See the likes of Babalawo. If there are a lot of young people in there to flood them out, he won't have the audacity to come out. He won't,
No.
So a lot of young people need to come out and really flood the
political scene.
The political space. Yeah, that's what because we got to take it back. That's the only way. If we keep quiet, that's That means generations now and the ones coming after, they will be slaves. That's what these people are intending. Because if they are chopping the life of their children, their grandchildren, their great grandchildren, their children that are yet to unborn, they are chopping their money now. Do you know the debt that they've created for generations yet unborn? Ha! No, it ends now. I beg. The one way they don't do, we don't do. If they don't chop rich, let them enter house. Let them go. I beg. We need clarity. We need to start from the ground up again. These people have done severe damage to us as a people. Jo, welcome, oh my sister. How now?
My sister, good evening. Good evening, everyone. I be there background as I saw this last video. That was when I like, oh, let me come and say what I need to say.
Yeah.
I like the fact that in as much as Akpabio is a thief, but I like the fact that the establishment knows who the real chairman of the Labour Party is.
Yes.
They would have as well gone to Apapa, but they know Apapa not get level. They know very well that he is not the chairman. He is an impostor. That was why they went to the real chairman. I know Apapa must have seen this. He must have been
You go
peeing in
don dey
his
cry
pants.
now.
Oh
You go don
yes,
dey
he go
cry.
down piss for pants since. I was watching him today when he was saying, I need to assert my authority. I need to assert authority. I was
That
just
is best phrase. That is best phrase. Assert authority.
I need to assert my authority. If you people police will allow me, I need to assert my authority. You know, I woke up first thing this morning. For some reason, it has been a terrible habit. When I wake up in the morning, the first thing is my phone. I want to grab. When I woke up, I just picked my phone up like 5:30 a.m. I was like, Papa has been booed. It made my day. In fact, it made my week. When I was watching the video, I was like, oh my God. I actually wish someone was with a cord and they would just whip Baba for neck. You don't know where the cord from come. You don't hear film. That was what I was just wishing. About God forgive me, but I like the way he was booed. I like the way he was embarrassed. If he has any dignity, if he still has any loved one out there, they should call him and advise him, Baba, it is time to step down. I was actually having some kind of pity for him until I heard him curse the person who took his cap.
I
And
know.
immediately I said, you cannot curse him because the whole Nigeria has blessed that boy. You cannot curse him. You are not his father. So a man like that, telling someone you will not be old. His old age is an embarrassment. His own old age is an embarrassment. He would have wished. Let me not say, but when I heard that, I'm like, no, this man doesn't deserve any out of pity or any kind of, whatever he got today, he deserves it. Anyway, I was gonna say this. You all are concentrating on our papa. Are you guys not talking about this other guy, that one that dyed his hair?
Which one?
Oh yeah, the one that said Peter Obi
Tiara Bambi.
should be what I forgot the word. Yeah, he should be arrested or something.
Arabambi.
Where was there an interview?
No, he made a video.
He made a video.
Yes,
Arabambi. Let me see.
I think that's it. That's it.
Yes, he's the one. I'm sorry, I had to do something. He's the one, Arabambi, the one that dyed his hair. That was looking like
yeah, he dyed his hair. He be like who they drop for inside hot oil.
My
when
sister,
you're
I know. I don't know. In fact, I was like, nobody's talking about this man. Oh my God. Sorry, my background. Anyway, I was like, nobody's talking about this man that dyed his hair. That want to be a young boy by force.
Boy Alinko.
You know, boy, yeah, that's the word. Boy Alinko. Look at the way he dyed his hair, and the hair was looking like it's the hair that stood out for me. It was the hair I saw before I saw Papa. Actually, so I'm like, I don't know, but I'm wondering why he's not talking about the video of him endorsing the governor of Ekiti when he went to Ekiti Abeogun State. When he endorsed that governor then and said, "Oh, all of them are contesting." they are aspirants, they are whatever. How did he even speak the English? That was when Labour Party should have known that this man is a write-off. So I like what they did to him today. And the only thing I'm going to tell Labour Party is that they should come prepared next on Friday, because these guys are going to go prepared.
They're going to come prepared.
They are going to go prepared, because
that na if you know even come prepared before. I should say you carry something under a cap and that agbada.
I swear to God,
I'm
when
very
I
sure.
was saying someone that
A
if
jazz
this guy
man
could come out in jazz, maybe that jazz they in cap.
Yes.
That was the only that said the jazz nine cap under a cap they for pay.
Or if he dey agbada, yeah.
But the one when me know that man not the work out ordinary.
No.
Everybody know you don't see him. He and Babala wait to be different, the same thing. So, but my own is that they should coming prepared is physically. They are going to bring their thugs. APC has a lot of thugs to hire and give them, borrow them. So they're going to come prepared, because obviously what they saw today, they did not believe it was going to happen. So now that they have seen that this is capable of happening, they're going to bring their own higher thugs. But one thing I was happy about, even the people that booed him, most of them too were court officials. To tell you that even the court officials does not even want him. They know what is going on. And nobody is blind. When this guy, Sheon that looked, he asked questions as if he's not in touch with reality. Saying, it now looks bad on your party. They will not say the party is worse. Is it Sheon and that other Arise guy?
Charles.
Saying, he now, when you guys now, your party is now looking like the establishment that you are trying to kick against. Kineko. That's not true. If there's any time I've been proud of obedience, Labour Party, it is today. The thing is sweet to me. Hi, God forgive me if I commit sin, but I beg, it sweets me as a bit baba. Sote Baba say they for kill him if to say police. No. Papa said they for kill him if to say police not dead there. I wish say my own as if to say Baba me I'm not paying person die, but you see that they for don't help us break Baba one leg. Maybe for you to open for drip for hospital. Say old man don't break leg, they quit heal again. From there we come they drift away. Something like that. Now just they wish say they just do Baba today, because even those police officers they supposed to collect cord for neck too. For defending a man like that. So I just hope that Friday we all will go prepared and storm that court, and
they need to come prepared. That's all.
Yeah,
they don't need anybody to tell them. Anybody when you think say okay, these people they are not capable of anything. They are.
You know what I thought of when he was fighting seats with that Labour Party Oga. I was wishing the man would tell me, come and sit on my lap. Come, Oga, come, let me lap you. So,
oh my God.
Yeah, so let me say something.
Sure.
So the my sister was talking about the guy that where people hardly made mention of, the guy with Babalawo. Yes, his post. Right. I think from the videos I watched today, I think he's the one dictating to Babalawo. He's the one telling him what to do.
What to do?
Yes. I think he's the one pushing him. Let's do this. And Babalawo is just going with the flow.
You're probably right. He will have a lot of people in his ear. That's the truth. That kind of man will have a lot of people in his ear. You see, when he was standing, the Arabic guy was fixing his agbada for him. It was it for him. These people are jokers, my brother. This one, this time around, no, there's no, you don't reach 60 years of evil. No, it's enough. You don't do. It have do. We did not know. Those were the days of ignorance. You see, this one that we know now, not
see. That's how they do our papa,
Exactly. So the way they do Apapa today na like a glimmer of wetin go happen on Friday.
Yes.
They make them not behave themselves. Mm. Hey, no, abeg o, we are tired. It's too much. Our tired is already tired. Wetin? Even the people that are living in this management living that we are living, no health care, no good road, no good water. You can't do, small business owners cannot thrive. You can't. They'll just carry money give one, two, three or four people. They will just call them billionaire. Please, are they the only ones in the country, in a country of over 500 million people, with the kind of way Nigerians are, how entrepreneurial they are? I used to remember seeing cement companies, small small people, they small small retailers, they get cement, they sell cement. Now one man just go dey clean out all the business. Na only him dey sell cement, na only him dey sell spaghetti, na only him wetin. Ah, everybody na follow come. You know, it's ridiculous. We can't. Oh, abeg, anybody that is saying that we should just accept what go for, we reject, accept wetin. There's no need now. Eh? People are already working as if they are already deleted. What's the point of life if you cannot even come into the fullness of who you are, where you come from? That's madness. That's not normal. That one is identity. We have identity crisis waiting for generations to come. They go still dey find cure for the for the identity crisis that's about to happen. Eh? Abeg o.
Okay, Omoya, it's
Thank you very
good to
much
be
for
with
the
you,
weather.
and to the panelists, the comment section. You all have a good night.
You as well. Thank you very much. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
you,
Bye.
One Africa. Join us again next time. Thank you. No say you dey follow us. You are from our, you are mom, we are almost the same now. Na the same, no be Cameroon. But I one we be before they come separate us. All these greedy people. Juliet, oh yeah, let me come to you. Let me start rounding up. Give me your final thoughts. Make
Wow.
we go for
Honestly, it's nice joining the panel today.
Yeah,
We
it's
will
great
still
to
have
have
to keep
you.
hope alive and match it with action, to be honest. Especially this time, we've had a person like Peter Obi. It's not that he's a saint, but for a very long time in Nigeria, this is the first time we are coming across someone like this in the person of Peter Obi. And Nigerians came out in their numbers to vote for him. So we cannot just stand and normalize criminality. So we have to do everything humanly possible to make sure that what we believe in stands, which is to make sure that we get our stolen mandate. It's only when we do that that we can begin to, rewrite all the wrongs that has been going on in Nigeria, to be honest. And I pray that every one of us, continue in this fight, and hopefully we will come out victorious. That's all I can say for now. And I will be going to bed now. It's 12 midnight here. I'm going to school tomorrow.
Oh, all right then. Have a
Yeah,
great
thank
night
you
and
so much
yeah,
for the
all the best
opportunity.
at school. Thank you. I appreciate you. Please join us when you have a time again.
I will. Thank
All
you.
right then. Take care. Good night. Thank you.
Yeah, good night.
John, let's have your final thoughts, Mr. John. Did I say Mr. John, don't go sleep. Don't sleep, leave us for here. Okay. What Mr. One Love? Please
No,
let
I stepped away for a second. What did you say?
I was saying, oh, yeah, give us your final thoughts, and we're wrapping it up now. Thank
Oh,
you
okay.
for joining. Yeah.
Yeah, my final thoughts are, it's great to have these conversations. I would hope that, the ideas that I spoke about earlier can come to fruition. We get the youth engaged. Um,
Yeah,
and get
on
as
that
many.
one, yes, I would say yes, please. When you have time, you can continue to work on it, and let's continue to have conversations around that specifically because I think that's a great idea. I certainly think that's a great idea.
Yeah, get people engaged, get them to require that the lawmakers amend the laws to be more reasonable and add penalties in there. Add penalties for contractors that don't do the work that they're being paid for. Add penalties for government employees that don't do the work that they're supposed to do. And just make laws that are for Nigerians, not laws that are just literally drawn from the colonial times that don't really represent the life and cultural significance of the Nigerian varying culture across the regions. I mean, each region should be able to go in and tailor the laws to their region, obviously to make it fair, but not make it completely a blanket law across the whole nation. So just that's my hope. That's all I have to say, and hopefully everyone continues to push for a better and greater Nigeria, and hopefully everyone can actually go out there and assist not just by mouth or by words, but financially as well, because that's what will be needed to push the needle and get people in Nigeria to be interested, because people are tired, people don't have the money, and they have to survive somehow. And the only way that we can do that, if they can't get the money in Nigeria, is for us out in the diaspora to raise funds and help out. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Well said and very well taken. Thank you very much. I hope you come back again and continue to share this idea so we can build on it, and whoever is interested can be a part of it as well. Thank you so much, John. Thank you for joining us. Have a great night.
You too. Good night.
Yeah, good night. One love. Let's get your final thoughts.
Well, I guess not much to say. You guys have pretty much said it all. But I just hope we'll get a good news on Friday and they don't postpone this thing anymore. Hopefully they can give us, just give us something. Maybe tell us what's going on with the 25% and we can start from there. But it appears Heineck is trying to play some game here. But I know no matter how long they delay this, we're going to get justice. Thank you so much, Omoye, and everyone in the panel. Have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a great night. Thank you so much for joining us. Join us again next time. Thank you, my brother. Give us our mandates, brother.
Yeah,
Me,
yeah.
Ejo.
Thank you very much, Omoye. I think what was done yesterday, Nigeria time, for Lamidi Apa is an example of younger ones telling the old ones that if you guys lost your dignity, we can sell you, we can get you one. Because obviously, it's just sad. It's just very very sad. That man is 78. Tunumbu is 71, right? Allegedly, the one that he said, he lied that is 71.
Mm-hmm.
The daughter is 65. I mean, this should have been someone to even correct Tunumbu and say, Wolf and let them just do what you should just go and sit down. But he's a culprit. Found, I mean, it just sad. It just sad the state of the nation, and people can still do all of their shenanigans, collect money, and so sell your country and your conscience. I really wish his family can come out and speak
Whose
about that.
family? Whose
Alpha
family?
family, Alpha,
You get family.
you
Whether I
know,
don't subdue all of them, all those kind
hmm,
of people, you boss say they're not train their children.
hmm, oh, wow. It just It's just sad. Just sad. Why our country is going through this situation at this time of, of the year. And in history, is it only Nigeria? People are not truly afraid. They just care about themselves and their families. And I wish that the judges can. I mean, that's another level of impunity. You you said someone should come to court. The person didn't show up 3 times, and the judges could not do anything. Okay, we'll wait for them. Maybe Friday they will do something. But like I said, obedience. Hmm. Start planning your plan B. Because 29 for me, 29 in Nigeria calendar should not exist.
At
Well,
all.
it should not exist. No
Not
inauguration, no nothing. So, well, thank you so much, Omoye. See, the state of a country is keeping people. Some will be on panel and they have slept. It's just sad. People are tired. Even though those that live in diaspora, like I mean, for like our own country here, Nigeria matter is even take more precedent than any other thing. I don't know how long. Sometimes, like my local news now, it's been a while. I just watch it. I'm just trying to catch up back because man, it just sad.
Nigerian situation has consumed it. I mean, if you're a
Oh,
Nigerian and you're standing, if you want this new Nigeria so
people
bad,
are
it consumes you. There's no other way you can think about it because guess what? There are people that are suffering as a
mm,
result of people's silence. We can't continue like that. So we gotta speak up. We have to. Who else is going to do it? Who else
just
is
like
going
me
to
now. Before you call my name, I have taken one round. I'm just here yawning and then taking style to, you know,
you know? We have
honestly,
to.
it's just
Tomorrow we
sad.
move again, we continue. What can we do? My
Thank you
brother,
so
thank you
much.
very
Thank you.
much. I
Thank you.
appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your submissions. We'll meet again at the front. All right, guys, it's been real. Thank you so much for joining me. I appreciate you all. Kenneth, thank you very much for keeping everybody laughing in the comment section. I did see you, I did see your work. Thank you so much. Oh, Jo, no wahala. I understand. Your kids are like drawing for your attention, so I get it. Yeah, you know. Yeah, Mr. Des, sorry about that. Yeah, you're from Sierra Leone. That's true. You said it. Sorry, I beg, no vex. Thank you all so much for joining me. I appreciate you all. Tato, thank you for the super chat. Not only you give me super chat when I will pay by mango. God will bless you, Tato, for your continued support. Now God na him go bless you. Whether you like am or not, your pocket, you no go ever lack. Eh? Na only Tato na him give me money for mango. As una know say I like mango reach mango and watermelon. Only tattoo. I say, oh, my sister, take, go and use it to buy mango. But it's okay. We move. We no get choice now. We gotta keep doing what we do. Anyway, but thank God say no be him dey pay my rent. O. Hey, I for dey cry o. Thank God o. I for dey cry. I for dey say I for don go find wetin I go dey use take support myself. Anyway. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate you all. Thank you for joining me. We move for don't really don't forget. See, Nigeria is very important. Nobody is going to fight for us with ourselves. We can't pass the party. Everybody needs to come to a place where they say, you know what, the box stops with me. It's up to us. So this coming Friday, it is up to us to make the decision. Like now, like this, we won't take continue. You like as the situation be, you want your country to be known as a narco country. Is that what you want? You want make small children dey sell white powder for street make dem no kukuma go school again? Imagine for north which governor come, I no even play that video today, maybe na another time I will play am, wey come when Rufai press im neck ask am say you be governor, former governor of dis state before, 92% poverty rate, wetin you do as governor? He say excuse me, what does that got to do with? Then I was say na that one dey go judge you on, abi you no understand me? Say no be only you be the god. You see how dis people dey think. Una notice say all these people dey follow agbado, dey be like who dey squeeze life out of them. They look old and rugged. They look horrible. I'm sorry, I have to say it. All these politicians, they are not pleasant to look at all on the other side of the eye. You understand? With all the money, that man had 250 million to give. Money wey no be him own. Meanwhile, he ran a state that has 92% poverty rate. God abeg o. Levels dey dis evil wey dis people dey do. Evil. They just put people in penury and suffering for gluttony, for greed, for the desperate grasp for power. The man could not answer. He was does that got to do with 92%, and you be governor of the state. You come out with boldness. You want to run as senate leader. God forbid. Can you imagine, my people? Look, if we don't fight for our own, nobody's going to do it. Nobody. Friday na im be everybody go draw the line. Friday, make everybody draw line. Friday. Na Friday dey end. Na Friday. I'm telling you, Kene, we fight finish the guy o. He finish am reach ground. This is what it means to hold people accountable. All these journalists, they need to step up. Not only Rufai na im dey do wetin e suppose to do. All the others, I no know wetin dem dey do. They all dey collect money, dey clean mouth. Not only Rufai and that other girl, the other lady, I forget her name now. Not only dem dey talk true. Abeg o, Friday na im be the last card. No more postponement. Everybody need to go sit down for their house, think, what will I do? That's what everybody needs to be doing. If you're a Nigerian, you need to be thinking about it, because you only have one ancestral home, not two. One. People dey outside when they wait for this. You na hear say the same people wey dey put people for visa ban, they don go. The Secretary of State don go congratulate Agbado. Una hear? They don go congratulate Agbado because they are looking for peace. They don go congratulate Agbado. Okay? That's to tell you, it's all about self-interest. You can't hate on them. You no fit vex for them. It's about self-interest. So if you no fight for wetin you want for yourself, nobody will do it for you. Nobody. As you dey pray for Nigeria. As you dey pray for Nigeria. We need to get it right this time. We need to. No room for games, no room for play. We cannot build on a faulty foundation. Anybody that is saying, oh, we have to start working from the grassroots. Grassroots will not work. If you have a drug dealer as your president, it will not work. If you have a drug dealer and a Boko Haramist that does not believe in education, from where he comes from, they have 92% poverty. So that means the whole country, there will be, imagine the entire country, 92% poverty na im dey. That means say they go turn people to slaves. The ones wey dem no fit talk, they go use them anyhow they want. They go marry off children between 6 and 12. That is where we are going if we are not careful. So this is the time you have to cry your final cry, to shout your final shout. Friday is a date with destiny in Nigeria. It's a date with destiny. You cannot go back to Nigeria now and go and start. Which business do you want to build? Please. Which structure do you want to build it on? Which one? With no light, with no water, you'll be frustrated out of it. I can't tell you the number of people that I've called that were doing businesses in Nigeria that had to shut down their businesses because they ran out of money. They start eating into their capital. Buy diesel today, tomorrow generate light. They invested in solar, cheated from the solar. All manner of things happen to them. Don't listen to anybody telling you, you have to go back home and go and invest. Invest on what? Invest on what? Invest on fire? Invest on rubbish, on nothing? you know Invest on rubbish. Don't listen to anybody. We need to get it right. Peter Obi must enter first, then we start to walk our way. Every new plan we have, it will only work when Peter Obi is there. It will not work with these people. There's nothing you cannot work with these people that are in. You want to work with a drug baron and a Boko Haramist, a fanatic. You want to work how? They don't even reason. Meanwhile, most of their lawyers did not go to law school. They just pick people from the street and put them as judge. And those people that they say they give them deadline to go and get law school degrees or whatever, those people are still judging cases in their courts. We gotta get it right. We have to get it right, my people. Anyway, enough of the monologue. Omo, yeah, you don't do it. I can't dey go. All right, people. Good night. Thank you so much for joining me. I appreciate you all. I'll see you on my next one. Don't forget to like on your way out too and share. I didn't remember to ask you guys to share. But anyway, Mona, not forget to share, sha, and like. Thank you. Bye. Good night.